Good afternoon and welcome to the Yas Marina circuit here in Abu Dhabi. I'm Zara Druitt, welcoming you back to the 2021 Asian Le Mans Series. Race 2 is about to start. Now what's special about Race 2 is that it starts in the daytime and ends at night. So of course, will the drivers be able to cope? And what are their strategies? Well, our commentators up in the booth will be able to tell us in detail about this. Graham Goodwin, Oliver Gavin, up to you.
Thanks so much, Zara. And yes, indeed, about to get underway for the first of two races this weekend at the Yas Marina circuit in Abu Dhabi. Delighted to be joined again, as we are for all the races this season, by motorsport legend, he loves that, Oliver Gavin. Ollie, great to have you again.
It's great to be here. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Bit of a different challenge this time. Daytime starts. It's pretty steamy out there at the moment. It's going to get cooler, but we're then going to be under the lights in full darkness.
Yes, it is. It's going to be a big challenge here. You know, we are going to be transitioning from that period of running in the day, going through to the night, and that's going to be a big challenge for the drivers and also the teams and the engineers, all the crew. You know, those guys at Michelin are also going to be working hard. So yeah, it's going to be a challenge, but it's going to be great racing. We had great racing in Dubai, and we're looking forward to these next two rounds over these next 2 days.
Well, we saw a close qualifying session for today's race, a double qualifying session, also setting the grid times for tomorrow's final round of the Asian Le Mans Series. Remember, we've got three titles to be decided, plus the two subclasses, LMP2AM and GT-AM. But before we do that, Ollie, take us around a virtual look at this Yas Marina circuit.
Well, here we are. 21 turns here at the Yas Marina circuit, and at 5.54 kilometres through turn 1, turn 2, fast sweepers, then down into 4 and 5. You can get ping for track limits there, and then out of 7 and down the long back straight here. You'll be reaching the top speed VMAX of about nearly 300 kilometres an hour in a P2 car. Important 8 and then 9, very important to get traction off of there, and then down another long run into turn 11. Then it gets tricky, and then it gets technical here through 12, 13, lots of off-camber exits, and then through to the trickiest braking point on the track, 17, and then underneath that iconic bridge there by the hotel through 19 into 21, final corner on the track, and to complete one more lap of the Yas Marina circuit.
Well, we had two races last weekend at Dubai Autodrome, a debut weekend for the Asian Le Mans Series here now at the Yas Marina circuit, the capital of the United Arab Emirates in Abu Dhabi. We've got the challenge of the Yas Marina circuit, another circuit that's never seen Asian Le Mans Series ACO rules action before. We just had a run through the virtual lap with Oliver Gavin. Let's now go to a real fast lap in the hands of Ife Ye aboard the 26 G-Drive Aris.
Hello, it's Ife Ye from G-Drive Racing. We are here in Abu Dhabi. I'm going to talk you through one lap in LMP2 class. So turn 1 and 2 into turn 2 and 3. If you get everything right, it can be flat out. Now we're going to sector 2, coming with turn 5. Off-banking braking, easy to lock up the brake. going to the slowest part of the track, tight hairpin, downshift to first gear. A bit blind spot for these prototype cars to see the apex, and then all the way flat out at the exit, coming to the fastest part of the track, reaching almost at 300 kph. Downshift from 6th all the way to first gear. Bit bumpy braking. Make sure to kiss the apex and stay left side of the track to prepare for the turn 9. Exit slightly trouble with traction, but coming to sector 3, approaching a GT, always tricky to overtake them just before the braking. Downshift from 6th to first gear. Quite challenging here, chicane ahead, right, left, use a bit curb but not too much, slight wheel spin. Turn 14, be careful on exit throttle application. Now we're into the hotel section, quite challenging braking with a lot of lateral load on the car. Downshift to first gear, exit mid-track, quite challenging double left-hander with a lot of wheel spin. Exit running close to the guardrail on the right side, coming to second last corner of the track. Exit running close to the banana, and then now we are at the last corner of the track. Slight oversteer on exit, but we just managed it well, and then that's a lap around Yas Marina circuit.
Well, FAA there with a fast lap of the track in last night's practice session. It was certainly quick throughout Dubai, one of the new stars in sports car racing that's emerging through this Asia Le Mans series. And there's new stars galore, and we're going to see some of those in the double-barreled qualifying session that took place just a little earlier today. 36 cars again for the start of the second race in the Asia Le Mans series here at Dubai Autodrome. 2 races in 2 days. A much more orderly start though, with the 2 G-Drive Racing Aris 01s managing to keep 1 and 2 as Phoenix Racing's Orica looked for a way past the Jota Sport car, the Era Racing car, and the number 18 car locking up but keeping it on the island. Malte Jakobsen in the LMP3 car there starting a run to the front. There was great racing too throughout this race in the 19 car GT3 category, a record here, and one of the cars that would emerge towards the top of the proceedings would be the number 55 car, but it was second place by the way for the Rinaldi Racing car. After traumas yesterday at the end of the race, the locally based 40 GPX Racing car would finish this race though proudly on top. Win at home in Dubai for GP Extreme. In LMP3, it was a great run at the start of the race for the number 15 car. And also we saw as well sparks of genius from Nielsen Racing, number 9 car out of luck, but Matt Bell came home in 3rd position. Andy Merrick would bring the number 2 United Autosport car in 2nd position, but a repeat win, a second win for the number 23 car. United Autosports 1-2 here in Dubai. They will go to Abu Dhabi as clear championship leaders after another faultless display from the team from Yorkshire. In LMP2 and for the overall, it was Nicky Team that would bring home the Phoenix Racing car, trying to chase down the second of the 2 Aris 01s, but Franco Colapinto just had too much pace today for the Dane. An impressive display from the 25 crew with the car on song, but the win would go to number 26 car, another double winner here in Dubai. Excellent faultless race from the 26 crew of drivers, the Algarve Pro team that supports G-Drive Racing here in Asia for a second year running. They too will go to the second part of the season as clear championship leaders, taking their second win in succession in 2 days in Dubai. Well, my whoops, that of course wasn't qualifying. That was the race highlights from Dubai last weekend. But pleased to see him again. It was a cracking weekend of racing there. Ollie, weather been pretty steamy.
Yes, it has. And, 24 degrees here, but it's been feeling warmer than that most of the days. And, going into the night tonight, the guys are going to be working this track temperature and trying to work out where it's going to drop to and how they're going to be managing everything on the car, the tyres, all the cooling aspects to everything that's happening out there on track.
It's not going to dip too much further down from that, is it? As it gets dark here, it still does hold the temperature. This place.
Yes, it does, and but we don't have to. They don't have to battle quite so much with the sand here as they did it in Dubai, and you know, I don't see quite as much drop off in performance as they've seen through the stints in Dubai. But you know, still going to be challenging. That's certainly that last sector of the track, you know, around the hotel. That seems to be the area where drivers seem to struggle the most when they're trying to put a lap together and be consistent, and try not to get also pinged for that dreaded track limits.
So the front row of the LMP2 grid, the entire grid, in fact, 25, sorry, to the front of the row, the front of the grid, right next to the Phoenix car. Dramas for Kelvin van der Linde just moments after he completed that front row time, with the wheel coming awry from the number 5 car. He did well to get that car back with remarkably little damage.
He did, and actually the car ran for many laps with that wheel obviously loose. It's unusual for that to happen. Usually if the wheel's loose, it comes astray and it comes off the car within the first couple of laps, but he did some 5 laps before it parted the car.
Yeah, it did do some damage. There was a front brake replacement needed for that one. Obviously that rather machined the disc as the wheel came astray. We're now underway behind, what kind of car is that at the front, Ollie?
That's a Chevrolet Camaro. What a fine machine that is to lead the field off.
Tick box for that one. Here we go. This is the grid for the round 3 of the Asian Le Mans Series. 25 from 5 G-Drive from Phoenix Racing will start this race. Row 2 is 64 G-Drive Racing's Aurus 01, and the 64 is the Racing Team India car. 18's Era Motorsports LMP2 AM entry ahead of the Jota Sport car. It will be the 23 and the 15 heading the LMP3 grid. And close times down throughout that LMP3 order, with the DKR Engineering car right up there in session 1 before troubles the following session just 15 minutes later. All the way down there to the RC Bratislava and Phoenix Racing cars, 15th and 16th, before we get into this monster grid of GT3 cars. And there we saw dominance from one team, and one of the teams I think you predicted, Ollie, but we'll see how that goes in the race.
Yeah, Hub Auto have had an excellent weekend so far. And, the Mercedes AMG has been running very, very strongly. Did
we believe play a bit of a strategic blinder in qualifying? We'll wait and see how that plans out in the race.
Yeah.
Here is the GT grid. Hub Auto in the hands of Raffaele Marciello, putting in double pole, followed on by the 51, of course, the Ferrari, the 93, that is the Carrera Slot Cars liveried Prakert Herberth car, Garage 59's Aston Martin. So 4 mates in the top 4 places before we get to the second place car from race 2 last weekend, the Rinaldi Ferrari. GPX Racing dominated with the exception of one snafu just at the end of race 1. It gives us a mixed grid with pretty close times, and did seem as if there was a little bit of an impact from that additional weight penalty that's been applied to the Porsches.
Yeah, the BOP adjustment that the Porsches had, I think, has had an effect, but the car still looks, the GPX car in particular, still looks very, very nice. Very poised on track, good balance. I predict that they're going to have a very strong run here today and tomorrow. But yeah, it is far closer, I think, in GT. I think that there's going to be some closer racing, and we're not going to see, or hope that we don't see somebody just disappearing off into the sunset.
Because we are going to see sunset, but we've got 8 hours of racing to go over the next 2 days. You can stay with us throughout all of it around the globe. Big audience for Dubai. I believe we're getting a bigger audience still for these races in Abu Dhabi this weekend. So
yes.
Wherever you are in the world, whether or not you've got a few more freedoms to be out and about, or whether or not you're in lockdown, thoughts are with you. Wish you were here with us. There'll be a time when you can be. And for now, though, we're going to go racing with the Asian Le Mans Series Round 3. And titles, remember, and for that matter, places at Le Mans are up for grabs as the Camaro brings the field under control towards the really iconic part of this circuit, round by the marina, takes the right and the left under the bridge at the W Hotel. And then we're going to be just 2-3 corners away from the start of this race.
Yeah, 35 cars starting the race today, and there's some 20 bronze starters of those 35, so it's the less experienced guys, mainly behind the wheel.
It is indeed. It is going to be John Falb aboard the 25 car, Matthias Kaiser alongside him, Rennie Binder, Naveen Rao, Dwight Merriman and Tom Blomqvist. The Jota car starting at the back of the LMP2 field. after Blomqvist did not post a time in an official practice session. So the Camaro will just ease off to the right here. Our left, his right. And John Falb will control the field as they come down. Fairly short run here. Watch the red lights. As soon as they go off, it's noise on. Long hold, and they go. And Falb, good starts, but the 26 car looking for a way up the inside. There's no way through there. It's order restored. The Jota car immediately around the Era Motorsport car. And up the inside of the 26, there's a poor run through turn 1 there for the 26. Loses third place to the 64 car. The Jota car all over the back of the 26.
Not sure there wasn't contact between the Phoenix and the one of the G-Drive cars there at turn 1.
We'll take a look at that one in replay shortly. Meantime, it's getting very tight indeed as they come down to the little flick-flack there. This hairpin bend before they fire themselves off down this long back straight up to about just over 300 kilometres an hour for the LMP2 cars, Ollie.
Yeah, John Falb's definitely dropped back. I think he did have a clash. I think he did have a clash with the Phoenix car at turn 1, and he was very slow off of there, and the 26 snuck through and now is making his way. Rennie Binder.
Bit of a lock-up for the Racing Team India car. Up the inside of the 25 goes Tom Blomqvist. It is indeed John Falb that's dropped back. John will be disappointed with that.
Yes, he will. He had a very good start at Dubai in that second race, but today I think turn 1 was his undoing. He was on the messy stuff on the way in.
Up the inside of the 64 goes Tom Blomqvist, looking to make amends. Big shunt for Blomqvist in one of the test sessions. Yeah, that's a full rebuild for this car, the 28 car.
Yeah,
they've got work to do.
Yeah, it was turn 2. It was a big accident. Went off at over 220 k's an hour.
And rear end of the car and the left-hand side pretty much toast.
Yeah, he did put on a lot of work for his boys. The Jota boys just can't seem to catch a break at the moment.
26 in the hands of Rennie Binder. He's put in 2 very solid races so far.
Safety car here. Safety car.
And that is because we've got a car stalled.
Stuck.
Well, that car has started. That's turn 1.
Yes.
It's got off the grid.
Yeah.
It's one of the United cars.
Actually, at the start, it was very difficult to see what was happening, but all the GT cars got really condensed, a real concertina effect, and it must have been because the United car was having this issue. Well, must have just lost drive as it came over the line. It's just lost all drive and just stopped there on the front straight right on line,
isn't it? And I think that is the 2 car.
Yeah, it is.
It is the 2 car, which should have been started, indeed briefly was started by Ian Logie.
Yeah. Not sure what happened there.
So that's going to bunch the field up. Safety car immediately.
Yep. And this, I'm not sure this is going to have much of an effect on strategy right now.
There is the safety car. Familiar car to you, Ollie.
Yeah,
That's did some filming with that beast earlier. That's a slightly different Camaro than we saw leading the field.
Yes, the Chevrolet Camaro ZL1, high performance, 650 horsepower. Wow. Fantastic machine.
Have another look at this. So we're going to be looking for what happens at turn 1 and what happens behind here, Ollie.
Yeah.
And through turn 1, John Falb initially gets a good...
Yeah, he's already slow. He's already slow at the back of the field there. You can see him.
He is. He's barely got off the line.
Yeah, and it's almost like he's just run out of drive as he's come through the final turn. He must have been on the radio to the team.
Right, so with my apologies, what I missed there was John Falb ran wide and had to be avoided. I think he ran off the track. Had to be avoided by the Phoenix car. Don't think there was contact. That allowed free run to the front.
Yeah. As
the Phoenix car moved to avoid the 25 car up into the lead.
Yeah, I think John just ran down the inside there, ran out over all of that dust and muck, and he just ended up being pushed
way wide. He's got an opportunity to recover some of that momentum under this safety car, but you're absolutely right. Ian Logie it was that just did not get going, did he?
No, he didn't.
And that's a very unusual failure.
Yeah.
The car is going to be, I think that's done.
Could well be.
That's really bad news for that team. Ian Logie making his LMP3 debut in this Asian Le Mans Series season. be a very familiar name to anybody that follows GT racing in the UK.
Yeah, that's a rough break for them.
Isn't it just? So it looks like we've lost one already.
We'll see if we can get some more information on that, exactly what's happened with them.
I think Ian is still in the car. But safety car it is, but it won't be very much longer. They'll just make sure that everything is clear, make sure there's no fluid down, whatever happened there to the Ligier.
Yeah.
And we should pretty soon be back under green flag conditions. It's unusual to have a safety car nowadays in one of these races. But it'll be race control under, of course, race director Eduardo Freitas running through the playbook. It'll be at least one more lap behind the Camaro.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the lights to go out on that. There'll be a point where they have to put them out by, I would say. It looks pretty clean and clear to me.
Yep.
So green next time by, likely.
So keep an eye on trackside at the marshal's posts, and keep an eye as well when we get the shot of the Camaro. With the lights on or off.
And all the drivers right now will be being told by their teams it's likely to be green. So they'll be working those tyres, getting the brakes back up to temperature.
Absolutely.
Trying to make sure they're fully prepared, ready for the green. So it's very, very important to make sure that you do get that preparation done well and right, because it can make a big difference in whether you can pass a car in front or possibly even lose a spot to a car behind.
Simply because the cars are so close together at the start of a race, you're more likely to get an incident. You know, you come into a caution period like this when the adrenaline's been high. How difficult is it to just retain that momentum?
Well, it can be, but now it's so close to the start of the race that it's likely that the adrenaline is still high and you're still right in the zone. So
safety car will be in this lap, so we are going to be going racing again after just 2 safety car laps for the recovery. If you're joining us late, of the number 2 United Autosports Ligier in Loggy, I'm afraid did not get the car moving off the line. Serious problem for that machine.
Yeah, I mean, United have been bulletproof these last, well, first 2 races in Dubai, and they just looked, you know, all powerful. But
absolutely. So the field will be just bunching up. I want this neat and tidy before the safety car pulls in. A lot of new names and faces in sports car racing. There's a lot to remember at times like this.
Yeah, you might have a number of guys here who've never actually done a safety car restart. So that could be another new thing for them, just trying to get their heads around it.
So looking through and down the field to the lead, by the way, as we went through all of that bit of a mess on start grid. It's Garage 59 1-2 for Aston Martin, ahead of the AMG. So Maxime Martin goes to the lead, Marvin Gerkhofer to the professional drivers starting this race. And both ahead of Liam Tolbert, the pole sitter in the AMG. Johnny Adam makes it 3, Aston Martin's at 4, and Nicky the Cat Katzberg, indeed, 5th. Cat-like reflexes, clearly from the BMW man.
Using all that BMW power. Yeah, here we go. Back to green here.
Yeah, and immediately, Rennie Binder controls that field. We'll take them across to green. Away we go.
He's got a restart.
Top 3 getting away, and then with John Falb taking a look up the inside of the Racing Team India car and takes that position. Malte Jakobsen, by the way, up into the lead of LMP3 behind, ahead of Rory Penttinen. So the young Dane will be on pole for tomorrow's race. Goes to the front here. So some of the quick guys will be looking to do what they can with the pro drivers at the wheel of some of these cars to get as good an advantage as they can before the less experienced drivers get in later in the race.
Indeed.
It's a good first lap here from after the safety car's been brought in from Rennie Binder.
It's safe, it's clean, that's the main thing.
Yep.
And no further incidents, because that's always the thing, that safety cars can breed another safety car, another incident, but that's fortunately got everybody going cleanly and back to the flow again.
So there are the 2 Garage 59 cars. Liam Talbot there in the beautiful silver, great livery, by the way. Hub Auto livery on that AMG. So it looked to me like, yes indeed, if we look at the cars ahead of this, under pressure now for second position, Matthias Kaiser from Tom Blomqvist. That is the battle for second place. That's going to help the leader ahead. And Tom Blomqvist will be looking for a way through the well, lime green Phoenix car ahead of the darker green, more military green, if you like. Not there's terribly many military uniforms with pearlescent aspects to them, but 2 green cars.
Yeah, I'm sure Tom will be looking to make up for amends for the incident back a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
Trying to lay down a bit of a marker and show everybody what he can do in a car like this.
Absolutely. Sean Gallel to come, of course, and Tom exchanged here for Stoffel van Dorn, of course, who was in the Dubai race, and ahead we'll see Kelvin van der Linde, who replaces Nicky Thiem, who raced in Dubai. Tom very much looking for the way through, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Moments. Remember, very well matched cars, these. Neat and tidy line here from Matthias Kaiser is going to make that difficult for the professional driver behind.
Yeah, he just wants to be lining him up, coming from turn 7, getting a good drive off of the hairpin. So keeping it nice and smooth through here, 5 and 6. Don't take too much curve, make sure you get a good drive off of here so you're right on his gearbox when you come up to 7. Good slingshot off. Tom's pretty good. It looks like a good drive off there. He should be able to get this done down into turn 8.
So Jota will be aware that they are, well, very, very low on spares after that mighty shunt.
I'm sure he's had a strong talking to. Oh, he didn't get it done.
So not quite close enough. Did seem as if there was a better run out of that corner from the Phoenix car. Quick again through the
safety car procedures is under investigation.
Always is.
Yes.
Yeah, always is. We'll very often see the start and the safety car procedure popping up on the screen. But, let's hope for not too busy a day in race control, and it's all about close and clean running.
The 51 car's got to serve a 5-second time penalty during its first pit stop. So I'm not sure what happened there, but that's the Ferrari.
So Phoenix racing second as Matthias Kaiser fends off the very close attention to Tom Blomqvist, but that's allowing Rennie Binder to get away here, come under the bridge. And it's a couple of seconds to the good for the 26G drive car, and a very familiar sight in these races so far, where the 26 car has been the car that's come through as chaos reigns around.
Yes.
But Blomqvist very close this time as they come through to complete what will be their lap 5.
Yeah, he seems to be very strong through that last sector, but he then can't make it work into turn 1, get it done.
Gap up to 2.6 seconds.
Just looking at running through this section, the fast section, and it'll be tough for him to pass coming down into turn 5, just because of the aero wash off the Phoenix car in front. Best chance is trying to get him again close off of turn 7, getting a good run down into 8. But maybe that Phoenix car is trimmed out.
Yep.
Pretty slippery.
So again, a bit wide over the curbs there. It's not the best run out of that turn, is it? We've got car 28, by the way, in trouble and stopped at turn 14. Keep an eye on, but see whether or not
that's not true, because we're watching car 28 now.
Why did that say 28 then?
Yeah, I'm not
it's
entirely
car 23. It's car 23. It was the pole setter. That is the pole setter.
Safety car deployed again.
And it's also the championship leading car.
Yeah.
That is big dramas, huge dramas for United Autosports here. Safety car deployed for a second time.
They are going to have their hands full at United.
So, yep, car 23, it's going to be, has plummeted down the order. So within how many minutes of the start of this race? 15 minutes. There it is.
Wow.
There is the car in the hands of Rory Penttinen. And that's 2 cars that have ground to halt. Doesn't appear to be damaged from what we can see there.
He just pulled off. Again,
what has gone wrong there?
It's maybe drive, it could be an electrical issue. ECU.
14 minutes and 2 cars seemingly out of contention from United Autosports in a series that they've dominated to this point.
They really have. They had everybody in their pocket, really, under the whole situation under control.
Well, we'll give you the LMP3 order while we're just watching the field collect here. It is Malte Jakobsen, who will be disappointed with this safety car because he was pulling away rapidly from Jean Glorieux in the DKR Engineering Duquesne. Tony Wells running 3rd in the number 9 Nielsen Racing car, the CD Sport 33 under Nick Adcock. Is 4th. Then Rodrigo Salas in the 2nd of the Nielsen Racing cars, the number 8 car, is running in 5th position. Long way back then before we get to Jan-Erik Sluten in the 6th car in LMP3. And then the remaining United car, which is way down the order. Jim Maguire has fallen right in amongst the GT field with Mira Konotka, the other car still running, the number 8 car.
Yes.
GT, by the way, it is still 1-2 for the United Autosports, the Garage 59 pair of Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT3s.
Do you think Andy Cocotti's happy?
He might be cracking a smile.
Just breaking into a slight smile.
Yes. We speak of two gentlemen who've known Andrew for a while, and Andrew, hugely professional, but how can I put this? Not always that jolly.
It's hard to see him smiling sometimes.
I think he's probably smiling now.
Yes.
But there is Malte Jakobsen. He's our race leader in LMP3. He's going to get it back for that, by the way, at some point.
I know he will.
We love you dearly, Andrew. And Garage 59 doing a fine job right now. So, Rennie Binder from Matthias Kaiser still leads this race into this second safety car for a second incident with a second. And it looks like that's out the race too.
Yeah.
The 23 car, absolute disaster for United Autosports.
Not good news. That's the championship leader.
Yep, so that's going to throw everything up. They were one of 2 cars, by the way, that potentially, depending how things turned out in this race, could have won a championship here this afternoon.
Absolutely, yeah. It's,
they're not going to now.
No, that's a pretty big shock. And, they look so dominant, through testing, practice, qualifying, races, Dubai.
Absolutely.
And now here it's both the 2 and the 23 to be
inside 15 minutes.
Struck down within the first 15 minutes of the race.
Amazing stuff for United Autosports, and I'm sure our crew down the pits will be working to find out, but that won't happen for a few minutes yet, because I'm sure the entire United Autosports crew has been scrambled. What on earth is going on?
At least we get to see the Chevy Camaro safety car a little bit more.
You like that car?
I think it's very good.
It's my shade of orange, I have to say.
There
is the number 2 car in the background. There's Wayne Boyd, actually, just in the background of the garage. It's not his car, that is the number 2.
Were they working on it, on the car?
Looks like they might have been. There's plenty of activity around it. I wonder whether or not that car will be allowed to continue. They've recovered it to the pit lane. Now, I'm not very familiar with the regulations. It's highly unusual there. Went through the ambulance gate, effectively, didn't it?
Yes.
So they might get away with that. I don't think so. I think that car may well be done, but we'll wait and see. Either way, it will already be multiple laps down.
Yeah, exactly. Both cars are at least 4 laps down.
So just looking to see whether or not we've got anybody else in any strife at the moment. The answer is no. So we have 33 cars currently running. We wait for information from the United Autosports team, and we'll wait to see just how long it is before we get this race back under green flag running. The answer last time was very quickly indeed, and with 23 car away and clear now, my expectation is
Go green this lap.
we'll go green. We should hear that very soon. There's debris, turn 8, left-hand side after the apex. That might mean a bit of delay.
That's the corner we're coming down to now.
Yeah. So if that's on track, they will want that cleared, but they should be able to do that quickly.
Yeah, depending on how big the piece of debris is, but might see it here right now.
After the apex, I'm not seeing it unless it's already been cleared.
Yeah, maybe it's already been cleared.
A very well drilled set of marshals here. So this is very much a Class 1 circuit, Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, home of that Formula 1 race, and so watching to see whether or not we are going to get this race back to green flag running. I don't think we are this lap.
No, they'll have to go past one more time, it looks like.
Lights are still on the Chevy safety car. Debris to the left-hand side, maybe just one more lap while they clear that, and race control are happy that's been done.
safety car in this lap.
So we are going to be going racing again.
Yeah, lights are out.
Slick work. Camaro hairs off, and Rennie Binder backs the field up. He controls the pace at this point.
Yeah.
And he got a good run for the to the green flag last time. Is he going to do the same again this time? He put in 2 very solid drives in Dubai, Ollie.
Yes, he did. He really did. He was absolutely the cornerstone of their results. Tom Blomqvist will be looking to get a good jump here on Matthias Kaiser. This is his opportunity.
Binder's gone, and Blomqvist isn't quite close enough, I don't think. There they go. Still, by the way, 6th position overall for Lotte Jakobsen, ahead of Dwight Merriman in the LMP2M car. It's another stellar drive from the young Dane.
Yes.
Let's hope he gets a chance to show those talents over a longer period of running here.
Yeah, he's kind of not liked these 2 safety car periods because it's dented his chance to get away and establish a bit of a gap.
Yeah, that, remember, is all to do with the amount of time he can spend in the car. There's 2 other less able, less quick drivers, shall we say.
Yeah. Tom was looking for a good drive off of turn 7 there. He didn't quite get it.
Got a bit of a wiggle.
Yeah, he just laid down 2 strips of rubber there, and
a look, isn't he? He's having a sniff around the rear of that Phoenix car, trying to put the 5 driver under a bit of pressure. Looking a bit racier here.
Another opportunity here.
And just got a run here.
Yeah.
This is as close as he's been. Is he going to go to the outside, ducks back to the inside? Has he done enough? I think he has.
Yep.
Nicely done, Mr. Blomqvist. And not familiar with the background of Tom Blomqvist, ex-BMW factory driver, and of course son of the Stig.
Indeed.
Stig Blomqvist, fabled rally driver. Tom, a very quick young man indeed, and another driver coming out of factory-level GT racing to take put a toe in the water in LMP racing ahead of what we all know is coming in a year or 2 or 3 years' time, depending where in the world you are and which is your fancy of the new rule sets that are coming. Very much Racing Team India bodywork on the 64 car, by the way, after a significant shunt for the car in practice. So look back at some of the action earlier.
Oh, here we go. Tom Blomqvist coming for the overtake.
No, we're not going to see that.
We're not going to see that.
No, no. You see the black bodywork there. That should be very much in the Indian flags of the Indian
Colours of the Indian flag.
Got the Indian flag. We see they're searching for the right word, but in black here, and 64 team in common with a number of others running a bit low on their spares package here. There's another. The Jota guys did an amazing job.
Yeah, first class job, the Jota boys.
Happily, the chassis, whilst it needed repair, was repairable, but replaced just about everything else on that car.
Yeah, they have 0 left, I think. They
so.
have gone to the cupboard and it's now completely bare.
Yep.
There is nothing more.
They may even be short of Jota stickers, but up to 2nd place and now beginning to reel in.
Yeah. Pressure might tell on Rennie Binder here.
And this is an interesting moment. Rennie Binder was able to control the races from the front before, as others faltered behind.
Yeah, I think that there was a point he did lose the lead just for 1 lap or 2 in Dubai, but really, apart from that, he's had a faultless run, Rennie.
He has. There are our leaders in GT, 88 from 89, on the back of that stream of LMP3 cars, and there's plenty of GT action.
Yes. They're solid run, the Garage 59 cars. In fact, it's a Aston Martin 123.
It is, with the Aboto car now dropped back to 5th. Alfred Renard in the number 99 car, winner of that first race in Dubai, is up into 4th place, but it's Aston.
Yeah, I think the first bronze driver in GT is in that Mercedes, Liam Talbot.
Indeed.
So he's doing a fine job battling against those pros.
And this will fall back to Roberto with those 2 safety cars. He's losing less time to these pros at the front of the field.
Again, that plays into the hands of Roberto a little.
Yeah, and there are the Aston GT3, as it were, 1, 2 and 3.
Yeah, just Liam just running a little bit wide there into turn 17. That does seem to be the one where he can unstick you a little.
There is, and it's actually all over the back of him now. It's a GPX car. That's started in the hands of Axel Jeffries, young man from Zimbabwe who plies his trade here in the UAE.
They had a very strong run in Dubai.
Didn't they just?
Yeah, very, very good. Oh, and it looks like Liam's backed everybody up. There's a whole queue of cars behind him. Yeah, it's going to be tough for Liam just to manage that. I'm sure his engineer's on the radio to him, just talking him through it, eyes forward.
Maxim Martin and Martin Kirchhoff, I'm sure, will be pacing each other and pushing each other ahead here. This group of 4 cars, 3 Aston Martins, these 2 cars, then the 97 car, that is the Oman Racing with TF car, then the number 99 Pricot Herpeth car in the hands of one of the Renault twins.
Yeah, the Aston Martins have been very fast in this second sector, which is all straight. Pretty much with just one chicane. So the Astons are quick on the straight here. Good power, and then cars must be trimmed out.
Very well matched here for the mid-pack LMP3s as well. The top pros in the GT3s beginning to make a couple of inroads in those LMP3 cars ahead. Behind, though, it is still Liam Talbot.
Yeah, the Pricot Herpeth car is hanging on nicely there. They've got that 15 kilos extra of BOP that was given to them just before the start this weekend. And yeah, that car has still looked really strong. Here we go with the 40 car looking to pass Liam Talbot in the Mercedes.
And will be increasingly keen to do so because that group of 4 is getting away. Yeah. Axel Jeffries putting the Australian ahead under pressure.
Liam's just pushing that brake zone just a little bit too far. He's overshooting the apexes and he's just running a little bit wide, and it's allowing the Porsche just to get that run off and applying the pressure still. He just needs to just back that brake point up just a tiny amount, not charging quite so much.
But these Porsches have had, well, 2 adjustments to their BOP for weight.
Yeah, and Liam's still there. He's just needs to just pull back on that brake point into those critical corners, because he's just sliding past the apex and it's giving a poor run off.
Yeah, the gap is about 4 seconds, but there could be more. I think it's probably 5 or 6 seconds this time as they come through. Here comes the train.
Yeah.
The conga of GT3 cars behind. The gap from 4th to 5th now is almost 6 seconds.
It can be very, very tough when you're trying to deal with that level of traffic and that level of pressure, and just trying to make sure that you're just hitting your routine, the points on the track that you're using, all your references, whether it's a brake point or with turning in point, or just a natural flow. When you've got cars behind or around you, it can throw you off your game. And the 89 car just running a little bit wide there, just going a little bit deep on the brakes and lost the rear.
Looks to me, by the way, as if Johnny Adam is catching this pair. Just bit by bit, as Maxime Martin just edges away a little from Martin Kirchhoff.
Yeah, Marvin made a little mistake at 7. And, just gave Maxine just a little bit of room.
While we're watching this, by the way, Tom Blomqvist within a second of the lead, but Rennie Binder managing to hold him at the moment to that second position. 0.8 per second last time he went across the line, and pulling away from Matthias Kaiser. This pair 4 seconds to the good now.
Yeah.
LMP3 meanwhile, young Malte Jakobsen is making it stick now. 2:05 last time around, 2:07 the second place car. He's got something like 9 seconds ahead of the second placed car in LMP3, with Dwight Merriman in the number 18 Era Motorsport car in between the pair of them.
Yeah, I think in LMP3, I think the Nielsen guys will be looking there, thinking this is our chance.
Yep.
Really is our chance to strike here, with Conor Noble and Matt Bell to jump in those cars to finish off.
He's sticking this chasing group. There are non-professional drivers to come in the lead car, which is why it's so important to RRM Sport, for a big advantage to come from the time with Malte Jakobsen in the car. Here's the lead battle. This is Rennie Binder, and he's just going to do the same thing he did in Dubai, which is grind out those laps, not make any mistakes, hold back the man behind as long as he possibly can. As long as he possibly can is his entire double stint. That will be job done.
Yeah, he just needs to hand the car over nice and clean, no marks on it, and just get that over to either Yifei or to Ferdinand Habsburg.
Yep, Rennie Binder, part of the Inter-Europol effort in LMP2 in the Ligier last year, moves over for this Asia Le Mans Series to the G-Drive squad run here, and for the remainder of this season by the Alcott Pro Racing team. And some very solid performances we've seen so far in the 2-4 races completed last weekend. Dubai by the Austrian team with 2 Austrian drivers, highly unusual, with Ferdinand Habsburg still to come.
Yeah, wondering if Liam Talbot has been passed now.
Keep an eye on that one as they come through, but still Binder holds the advantage, and an increasing advantage too. It was almost 5 seconds last time across the line. It's nearly 6 seconds now.
And Tom might just be sitting here, just going, okay, you know, we're now right on the tail of the leader. I'm not going to risk anything here. I'm just going to sit and just let the race unfold a little bit more, because there's all kinds of things that are going to happen in between now and that final stint when he'll be getting back in to finish.
Absolutely. Better run onto the back straight there from Tom Blomqvist. Don't think he's close enough yet, but closing.
Yeah.
And you're absolutely right. Liam Talbot's dropped back now behind Axel Jeffries and Giancarlo Fisichella. Fisichella just looked out of sorts here earlier in the week, but he seems to have found the pace again.
He is, and he's the lead Ferrari, so...
He is. They've got a bit of a turbo boost here as part of the balanced performance that came with the...
It could be a bit of a dark horse for today's
They
result.
could. The 54 car in familiar colours to WC watchers as this lead 4 cars comes through.
You sort of get the sense that these first 4 cars in GT, they're sort of like just sizing one another up. And yes, they're wanting to get that gap as big as they possibly can, but they're all sort of giving each other enough space and room to exist on the track together. Nobody really challenging one another.
Well, the best news here is the 99 car, in that that is Alfred Renner at the wheel of the car. He is one of the silver drivers for that car.
Yeah.
Whereas the Aston Martins have got their full pro drivers in at the moment. Nonetheless, it's a great display, and I'm sure...
I think Axel Jeffries in the 40 car. He'll be making some progress now. He might even start to close in a little bit on those guys.
There's a 209.6 from Axel last time around. That's matching the kind of pace we're seeing from the lead cars. There's Malte Jakobsen.
He's doing fine work.
Who is just been passed by Dwight Merriman. So the American just getting the measure of this circuit in this car. Early stop here for the 27. Now what's that all about? There's tyres ready for this car.
Yeah, we're only 33 minutes in.
That doesn't seem right, does it? So it could be just them going off strategy. Maybe there's damage to a tyre, maybe.
Maybe had a puncture.
There's a flat spot in there.
Oh, just a right front, it must have been a puncture.
Yeah.
Yes. So, I mean, in LMP3, that the DKR car was P2 now, and they'd had a strong run in qualifying, but they dropped away in that second qualifying session for race 4. Yep. But the DKR car has been fast.
It has. Well, it's not been as reliable.
Yeah.
Which has been to the massive detriment of their run at this title. That's, by the way, if you're wondering why that Castle car was holding, again, as in Dubai, every class aside from LMP2 must serve 3 110-second pit stops during the races. It's to do with just allowing some of these newer teams just take out the kind of the edginess, the panic, you know, live fueling in a pit lane, maybe
yes.
new for a lot of these teams.
And also for a lot of the drivers.
Absolutely. Just the important thing is to be fast on track, and the rule is the same for everybody, aside from LMP2, more experienced teams as you'd expect. But so that will be, by the look of things, the Kessel Racing team deciding to burn one of those 110-second pit stops early.
Yeah, I think that they were forced into that look to change just the right front. It's very unusual. It must have been a puncture.
Malte Jakobsen's not being dropped much by this Orica, is he?
No, he's doing a fine job in that.
Right, there is Liam Talbot. He is falling further back into this group. Liam now down into 7th position. Fisichella is ahead. That will be David Perel ahead. Manuel Lauk also looking for a way by, as is the 57 car. That is the other Kessel car. This is the Kessel Racing by car guy, Tom Ledegar.
Yeah.
Tom will be looking for a rapid way forward here. He is a professional driver, and for him, actually, the position in this pack. That was a pretty big contact at that.
Yeah, he just left the nose in there, thinking that the Rinaldi car was going to give him the room.
He just didn't.
No.
How do you read that one, Ollie?
Well, the car guy, the Kessel car, should have just breathed it early in the race. Yeah, he's got to have bodywork damage or even a puncture in the right rear.
Yeah, formation BMWs, meanwhile. A little further back, this is Renate Trogan and Nicky Katzberg. So the 34 car goes ahead, Nicky Katzberg. As they start to get themselves sorted at this phase of the race. I think it's fair to say Volcanov's pretty disappointed with the form of the cars here.
Yeah, I think that I think we've said this before, that the M6 it struggles with corners anything below sort of third gear, and you know, power down off of corners just like this one here. It's struggling with that. Those mid-engine cars have just got that little bit of better weight distribution, and yeah,
55. The Rinaldi car making its way back pretty quickly.
Yeah,
maybe a little too quickly. We'll wait and see. He's just about back to the pit lane, so maybe it is it bodywork? It's bodywork only. He's not going to puncture. It's bodywork on the tyre.
Yeah, he's to be careful of that. That doesn't lead to a puncture or any other failure. But maybe the team have radioed and said, look, just press on.
Katzberg, meanwhile, looking for a way past the McLaren. This is the Inception Racing car, and this is Brendan Arieb.
Yep. And, I'm a little surprised that the McLaren's not a little bit further up. I think that they were hoping for a little bit more from this car this weekend.
Just the bronze driver though,
yeah,
so far.
That's true.
We've got us up the inside goes Katzberg. Is he going to make that stick?
Yeah,
forces the McLaren wide a little, and now we're going to see who's got ponies in a straight line.
Yeah.
As the leaders come up to lap them.
Yep. But that BMW's got a lot of power, but the McLaren is extremely slippery, so it'll be interesting to see who wins it on this fight. The BMW is going to get it done, I think.
No.
Nicky decided to give that back to him. Maybe he's going to look to get the good run off of here and tow up behind him down into 11.
There's also a further incident under investigation between the 95 car, that's the TF Sport car, and the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari, Francesco Pianfanetti, and that car already is having to
there he goes.
serve an extra 5 seconds. Through he goes, yes, indeed. And meantime, just a little further up the road, the lead battle is joined.
26-28 right together there.
So
less than a second apart.
That looked to me to be Tom Blomqvist having a look. He's not made it by. We can just see them at the top of the shot there.
This traffic might help just sort of bring that all together.
Here they come, and with traffic ahead.
Oh,
that is a bit of a push.
Yes, he's definitely getting help.
AMG.
No doubt about that.
And that's going to make it tricky for the LMP2 leading pair to get by. They're going the long way around. That has helped the 26 car enormously.
Yeah. Com is getting a little frustrated in the Kessel car, I think, with Liam Talbot. He's just trying to help him along.
He's not made the progress he would have expected up through that field, has he?
No.
In his stint. Meantime, it's a little bit of relief there for Rennie Binder. Unsurprisingly, the incident involving car 66 and 57 is also under investigation. We saw that pretty clearly.
Yeah.
That was the contact. Binder takes that advantage, but he's going to be under pressure again very soon. Tom Blomqvist is looking very racy indeed. They're just a second or so apart. Matthias Kaiser now 7.5 seconds back, with a further 9 seconds back John Falb, 4.9 seconds off of that Naveen Rao. That's your LMP2 field, with a further 35 seconds or more back to Dwight Merriman. Malte Jakobsen, by the way, 17 seconds to the good in LMP3, in that 15 All-RM Sport Ligier. And Jean Glorio in second place, holding off Tony Wells, who's a further 15 seconds back, with Nick Adcock and Rodrigo Salas bottled up behind the Nielsen Racing guy.
Something's happened at turn 11. Seeing that on the display. Oh, there's a car in the wall.
Is that the DKR car? It was an orange car.
I'm not sure if it's a DKR card. We'll see.
It was a prototype and has gone straight on.
It's not showing at the moment. Yeah, I think he's come through turn 11, 12, and he's gone over. Oh, he's
reversing it back out.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure. I think he's come through 11, over the curb at 12, and then he's just gone straight on into the wall there.
He's managed to back it out. These temporary barriers will take a bit of punishment. And
we're still not seeing.
There we go. It is the DKR car.
Yeah.
So we'll just wait for a moment or two. Was he just
pinched the nose off the 93 car there?
The key here is as he nosed into the barriers, the damage. It doesn't look from this side of things to be damaged, the 63 car, Jean Glorio.
Yeah, we just need to see it. Oh, it seems okay, but that right side, it looks like it's flapping a little bit on the nose.
Okay. We'll see whether or not that brings the car into the pits at this point. A little outside his fuel window at the moment. Not too bad.
Actually, no.
Not too bad. So time lost. Significant time lost. That will drop the 63 car down to the foot of the LMP3 field. It has been a troubled race so far, as we see.
For LMP3, for sure it has. And it's a shame for the Duquesne and the DKR car. It's been fast and it was in a good spot.
Indeed. Yorkshire Rose between two rampant horses here, as up the inside goes the number 44 car. That is the Ginetta in the hands of Mira Konopka, the Slovakian gentleman driver, loyal customer to the Asian Le Mans Series. His 6th season brings this brand new Ginetta LMP3 to the task, and for the very first time this year, the car being seen in competition here in the Asian Le Mans Series. Just behind we can see the surviving United Autosports car. Neither of those cars, by the way, that we saw in trouble have rejoined the race.
They're still, I think that they're still trying to get to the bottom of exactly what's happened there. United Autosport, and the team aren't giving out any information right now. So we'll keep digging, but nothing right now.
So just over 40 minutes into the race, it's not been short of things to talk about, has it?
Yeah,
there's no further action between the 66 and the 57.
That's a little unusual.
It's I could describe the look of amazement on Oliver Gavin's face. But I think that is quite a surprise.
Yes.
But 51 and the 60 car here. This is the AF Corsa.
Maybe there's another angle that Eduardo has.
Maybe
that we don't see.
It's the 51 of Francesco Pivanetti under pressure from John Lawson behind. The Formula Racing car, the 60. There you go. Two different hues of red Ferrari. Behind that comes Jim Maguire in the 7th place LMP3 car. Behind that is the D-Station Aston Martin in the hands of Satoshi Yoshino. So this is broadly speaking the difference in pace between the true gentleman drivers and the pros up front. Big gaps emerging now. Tom Blomqvist, by the way, has not managed to make it by Rennie Binder, who has just put in the fastest first sector of the race.
Yeah, he's some 2.2 seconds back now, isn't he?
It's been a good run from Binder again.
Yeah. You know, he's kind of did this in that second race at Dubai. He had a bit of a drop back, but then...
But he's held up.
Yes, he
held
has.
up here by the 33 CD Sport car. Manages to just pop through there. It's going to be a matter of just how quickly chasing Jotaman can actually get by.
And it's the ebb and flow
so
of traffic.
quickly, and this has closed it up again. These things can, as you say, ebb and flow so very quickly. This, by the way, is the battle between second and third LMP3. Tony Wells, it is there as the two.
This could be an opportunity.
It could, couldn't it? It's a matter of just which way is Blomqvist going to look. He's looking racy again. He can see the opportunity, can't he?
Yeah, he can, but he's not close enough. Again, I think that he's got enough to get to the gearbox of Binder, but he hasn't got enough to get by.
Here they come. Binder just needs to keep it neat and tidy. And that's been, well, it's stock in trade, hasn't it, for the last 8 hours and 45 minutes of racing.
Yeah, I'm sure Stewie has a chat with him before he gets in the car. He just keeps saying, right, that's all I want you to do, exactly what you did at Dubai, keeping it clean, don't hit anything, just be quick and consistent, hit your marks, and I just want you to bring it back to the other guys just like this.
Repeat.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he's doing. They've found a formula and it works.
Tony Wells, meanwhile, is holding off Nick Adcock. This pair both were in the Nielsen Racing team 2 years ago in Asia Le Mans Series. Nick, the British businessman based in South Africa, as in comes the 64 car. This is about on schedule. It's about 40 minutes on fuel, but of course we've had those laps under the safety car, so we should start to see the LMP2 cars coming in now for their first regular pit stop.
A little tardy on getting the fuel probe on the side there. It's almost like that they had to wait for it completely to stop and everything to be stationary, and then he went for the hit on the fuel probe.
So Naveen Rao will stay aboard the car.
And this is the only class that is not a timed stop. That they can just go whenever they're done and they're happy to go.
So the key here is it fuel or is it fuel and tyres?
Yeah,
and
it's just fuel. Tardy away.
27 Kessel car with the 93 Brickup Herberth car behind. This is the battle for, well, that is for 18th position. This is Stefan Gurek and Francesco Zollo.
But Malte Jakobsen, I mean, he's been the class of the field here today.
Well,
in the LMP3.
45 seconds up now. That's what we were talking about at the start of the race.
And just think how far ahead he would be if he hadn't had the 2 safety car periods.
Well, he's pulled out a second a minute, including 2 safety cars.
That's impressive.
It's very impressive. We talked about him in the European Le Mans Series through last year. His debut in the class and maturing in every single way, particularly here. His competitiveness, his spirit behind the wheel as well. I would describe him as a bit fighty, which I like to see.
It seems like him and Wayne Boyd are the certainly here this weekend are the class of the field, and certainly have the speed in these machines.
Yep.
You know, they were what 0.7 of a second up on the rest of the field in qualifying. Maybe a small mistake there, got a little bit deep.
Just keep the rhythm, and still 1, 2, 3. The Aston Martins, the Garage 59 pair, pulling away a little now from Johnny Adam.
Yes, sort of formation flying here by the Aston Martin boys.
So those 4 cars, just looking at what the gap now is. Axel Jeffries is catching this quartet.
I thought he might. I think that Porsche has just looked hooked up all weekend.
Yeah, so Axel,
stop for the 25.
Axel about 6.2 seconds back. So 25 car pops into the pits with John Falb, moves on to his second stint. And
that looked pretty much sort of standard work there in the pit lane from the Algarve Pro boys. Got nearly 50 minutes in now. The race settling down after those 2 safety car periods.
Fastest lap of the race, by the way, has gone to Rennie Binder as he continues to fend off Tom Blomqvist.
Yeah, light fuel. Yeah, so he's that'll be some of that reason why he's gone that quickly. He'll be pitting in the next lap, I would have thought.
Yeah. And
yeah, he's in now. Tom Blomqvist takes over the lead of the race.
So Joe to lead the race this time around. DQR in the.
That's the other thing that Tom could have been doing all the time he's behind Rennie. He could have been fuel saving, looking to make that jump in the pit lane.
Yep.
Maybe the Jota boys are going to be on that. Maybe they'll short fill him.
Absolutely, the Phoenix car also. You can see the background there. The green car just grinds along pit lane. Matthias Kaiser came in 23 seconds back off that lead battle. So he's hung on in there, but has been dropping time. And by the way, out in the 25 was not John Falb. That wasn't him going on to a second stint. It was Franco Colapinto.
Oh, was it?
So they've had a driver change in the 25 car. That could now start to be interesting if the young Argentinian can unlock the raw pace that we know he's got.
I think that means that
Falb will have to get back in.
Yeah.
They're looking to make progress here up the field again. This new gold livery for Nielsen Racing this year, celebrating their 10th anniversary as the Nielsen Racing team, with CD Sports 33 car just tucked in behind. This has been a battle for a wee while now.
Blomqvist is pressing on. He's gone fastest in the first sector and in the second sector.
So he's going to want to show his speed as he approaches his fuel stop.
He's going to try and leapfrog them in the pit lane.
And what they're going to show by way of strategy is Blomqvist going to stay in for a double? I would expect he would. So Tenny Wells did a fine job here in second place. Nielsen Racing will be delighted with this. It's looking good for Nielsen, with Rodrigo Salas also having a good stint here, just a couple of seconds off the back of this pair, second and fourth. Jakobsen,
Jota car's in the pit lane.
there we go, 28 pits from the lead. So that's our second leader, after 26 led from that one.
Have to see how the Jota boys get in the pit, get on in the pit lane, and see if they can get him out in front of the G-Drive car of Binder.
A while before we should be seeing the LMP3s down pit lane, about the hour, maybe a little longer, of course, with those safety cars for the LMP3s.
Yeah.
Uprated for last season in Europe, this season in Asia, with more safety, more aero, more power, and quite the little pocket rocket.
More of all the good stuff.
All the good stuff, and, you know, a endurance racing bargain, relatively speaking. The formula here is built around the same Nissan V8 engine, 5.6 litres.
Jota, I think, has been released, and it's Sean Galil in the car now.
Sean has got aboard the car. So splitting Tom Blomqvist's available time. 5.6 litres, about 450 brake horsepower. These cars, we said, about just around or over 300 kilometres an hour at the end of this main straight. Something like 270 for these cars.
Yeah.
Something around the 260, by the way, for the GTs.
Interesting to see how this all unfolds. With Sean Galil now in the 28, Rennie Binder in the 26. Good to see where they are now on track.
So, yep, the Jota car will come around, then we'll see the real world gap as they cross the line to finish this 24th lap. Tony Wells, by the way, is a long time now with Nielsen Racing, and lots of race wins too.
I think the 28 is in front of the 26, looking on the tracker, on the live timing. Yeah, I think he is just that little bit ahead. That's probably 2 seconds or so. So I think the 28's kept the lead after that stop. So fine work, if that's the case, by Tom Blomqvist.
A lot of that would have been that pace on the in lap from Blomqvist. It was
and also the work in the pit lane by the Jota boys.
Rapid. They've had a heck of a weekend so far.
Yeah, pit stop practice would not have been on the top of their list.
No, it's, they've had to drag out the instruction book on how to build an Orica.
They can do it in their sleep,
There
I'm
he
sure,
is.
by now.
There is the 28 car, just behind the 40, just coming his shot there. So there is the leader. That's the gap. So well done, Jota.
Nice work, boys.
Sean Galil, it is, at a Rennie Binder, and Sean from Indonesia.
Sean had a little bit of a tough time at the start of the races in Dubai. He seemed to be a bit of a magnet to incidents and accidents and other cars. The second time he got in the car, both times he did a really solid job.
Yep.
And hopefully today he's going to get a good run at it.
It's an education in pressure, isn't it? And you know, coming into something not new. It's not new, but this is high level.
Multi-class racing, and the level has gone up. You know, in the Asian Le Mans series, and you know, the amount of cars on track, the amount of GT cars you have to deal with, the level of the driving here as well is really gone up. And you know, you've got some really unbelievable competition against you in like the G-Drive boys, whether it's Colapinto or whether it's you know, the likes of Habsburg or Ifie. You know, when you're up against that level of driver, you know, you've got to be completely on your game.
Absolutely. Lead gaps, by the way, 1.8 seconds as they came through to start this lap. It isn't that anymore because Rennie Binder is sniffing around the rear end of the 28 car.
Yeah, Rennie will be in the groove. He'll know what the car is feeling like, and Sean would have got very, very few laps at all this weekend.
Looking for the move up the inside, take the lead, and he's going to do it there. It's a 26 car. Oh, side. Well done, Sean Galel.
Yep.
Toughed that one out. After what's been a nervy Dubai, that shows confidence.
Yep, absolutely.
That's what they'll be looking for from him.
But Rennie used his head. He didn't keep there side by side and sort of stuff it in there, and both cars have contact. He thought, right, no, I'll breathe it. There's still 3 hours to go. Let him have it and hand the car back, like his boss keeps saying.
Absolutely. And blue flags for the GT cars. Slightly held up again there, Sean Galel. That might give Binder an opportunity to get back onto terms.
Giancarlo Fisichella is being reported to the stewards for constantly abusing track
I
limits.
think he's got a season ticket there.
Yeah. It's very tricky.
But God bless him. Dear me. Top 4, by the way, separated by about 32, 33 seconds last time around. But that was encouraging to see after, at times, what was not easy to watch Sean Galel at Dubai.
Yeah.
Clearly struggling with a bit of confidence, I think, as well towards the end of.
Yeah, it was difficult to watch at times, but you know, he's had a reset, come back here this weekend, and you know, he's driving well, and he just needs to stick to what Sam wants him to do, and deliver consistency and speed, and make those smart passes, be clever in traffic.
Tucked up behind again, looking for an opportunity that maybe traffic will offer him. He's got the toe here, hasn't he?
He has, but Sean just needs to place his car in the right spot here.
But has he? It's a gutsy knock up the inside.
He kind of knew he was there, which is good. It's now just going to be about the run off of this corner.
Aston Martin getting involved there briefly.
Yeah.
Gets the better run out of that corner though, and it's ahead.
Yeah, but it's going to be another drag race down into turn 11.
He's on the wrong side of the road this time.
Binder's on the wrong side, but he's going to go around the outside.
Wow.
It's a strong move.
It was a better. It was certainly a better exit from the flick-flack at the end of the back straight. And Galel had to give best there.
He did.
A drive-through penalty would be coming the way of Giancarlo Fisichella, by the way.
Yeah. It's unfortunate for that car because it was going well.
Looking a bit further back than this battle, as they're coming up to lap Dwight Merriman, by the way, this pair. As we're within 3 minutes of the first hour.
So what Sean's got to do now is just get his head down, eyes forward. Don't think about being passed. Just think about just staying in touch, not letting Rennie Binder get away.
Absolutely. There's Dwight Merriman. He's also made his stop. He's in for his second stint. There's the leading pair of Aston Martins, Garage 59, and that's actually swapped over. Marvin Kirchhoff is now ahead. So ahead of Maxime Martin.
Yeah, Marvin's been driving well.
Hasn't he just?
Yeah.
Highly rated driver. His plans for 2020 dramatically affected by COVID.
Yeah, he just wanted to take this opportunity and chance to show everybody what he can do.
Absolutely.
You know, well-prepared car and team, well-run.
Axel Jeffries, by the way, has closed that gap to Alfred Renard by about 4 seconds since we last.
Yeah, the other GT runners will be looking at that, just going, you know, are we going to get an action replay of Dubai here? I don't think we are.
No, I think so. I
think it's going to be an awful lot closer.
Yep, it's Dwight Merriman there with Sean Galel looking for a way through, and a bit of a slide there from the 18 car. Both these cars run by Jota Sport.
Yeah.
But completely independent. Around the outside this time goes Sean. And off in pursuit of Rennie Binder.
Yeah, Sean could be a little bit gun shy in traffic here after what happened in Dubai.
95 TF Sport car. That car came in.
Yeah, the TF Sport guys were hoping for a strong run, and certainly on the 97 car.
Yeah, Ollie Hancock it was, started the race. Is John Hanshaw going to get in now? I suspect he probably is.
Yeah.
The lead gap 1.2 seconds. Franco Colapinto now with Matthias Kaiser in a battle for third position.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much time Franco makes up on the lead two once he gets past Matthias. I'm sure it's not going to be long before he's by him. Franco has just been a revelation during the Asian Le Mans series. He's been exceptionally fast and very, very good in traffic.
Indeed, as the 64 code goes wide, the hands on Devine route, slightly struggling at this point. That is somewhat battle damaged, that 64 car.
Yeah.
Not as delivered from the factory. There is the battle for what is third position. Colapinto looking for a way past Matthias Kaiser is with him now. And let's see how this young man manages to battle, not just quick on circuit by himself, but now he's got to get past a car that has got some pace.
Yeah.
He's got to be patient here, but he doesn't want to hang around, does he?
No.
There's quite a gap here, 26 seconds it is.
It's just all about reading the traffic in front of him, picking the spot, see if he can dive through. No, not yet. Couldn't quite use that Porsche.
So, Colapinto, Kaiser's been catching the leaders a little. Colapinto, by the way, has taken something like 11 seconds out of them since he got in the car.
Yes. Again, he has been mighty fast in this. He's looking for a good drive off of 7, lining the car up for into 8.
And traffic ahead here.
Yep.
This is in fact, the GT lead battle. This could be an interesting moment in this race as we get into the second hour.
He wants to now be using this traffic in front of the Phoenix car as a bit of a pick, looking to get a really good run off of here, down into 11.
This is going to be the first race series. Colapinto has really experienced traffic of any sort. Single seaters to this point, and precious few of that as well. He's got a big lunge up the inside here, though.
Yeah, that was very optimistic. He was trying to back out of it.
But he's going to take the position.
Wow. Well, that's the speed of his brain, and he's just thinking about it. And confidence. And he's just looking at every opportunity.
Well, mark this point, 23 seconds back from the lead. At the point he overtook the third place car. The gap between Sean Galel and Franco Colapinto, sorry, it was about 24 seconds. We're into the second hour of this third race.
And the Phoenix car is still trying to get past that Aston Martin. It just shows you, when you make a move like that and it's decisive and it's clinical, how much road it can get you. That's
absolutely
pretty extraordinary.
Let's have a look back at the highlights of that first hour, with 35 cars starting this third race in the Age Le Mans series, this quick fire programme. John Falb got a good start from the race, but then ran wide in turn 1, lead going the way of Rennie Binder in the sister car. It's a flurry of activity in GT, with Tom Ledegaard giving Liam Talbot a helping hand, shall we say, around, but it's been the Garage 59 Aston Martins that have led the way in a race. We've already seen 2 safety car periods, both of them for dramas for United Autosports LMP3 cars. Battling away in the LMP3, Nielsen Racing's number 9 car and the 33 car CD Sport. Tony Wells holding off Nick Adcock. 15 car, though, leads the way in LMP3. This is Malte Jakobsen pushing very hard indeed and pulling out a very big lead for his bronze teammates to defend. The lead of the race, we've seen multiple cars there, but good to see Tom Blomqvist in some form. But the 26, Rennie Binder, has been the form man through this race, and again has ground out that lead and kept the 26 ahead. Are they heading to the title?
Well, they're running extremely strongly right now. Rennie Binder's got 5 seconds over Sean Galil. And, you know, once again, Rennie's just picked up where he left off in Dubai. He's seen off the challenge of the Jota car, and he's just pressing on. And, you know, he's got 2 very quick teammates to come. So, you know, your money's really got to be on the 26 to execute with another win today. But, still quite some way to go, just under 3 hours, so plenty's going to happen.
Just to fill in a couple of well, at least one of the gaps in our knowledge to this point, looks like alternator failure for the 23 car. The United Autosports are telling us no news yet on what stopped the 2 car as the race went green.
Yeah, it's a big shame for them.
Here comes the 25. This is Colapinto. Remember, it was 23. Sorry, 26. My apologies. 5 seconds to the good now, Sean Galel. And There's Galale falling back into the clutches of young Colapinto. He thinks he probably is. So the gap first to fourth to Matthias Kaiser, 35 seconds. The gap to first to third, 30 seconds. It's 5 seconds first to second overall. And LMP 3 meanwhile, those 3 cars still up there with the Duquesne having dropped back off that battle. Tony Wells must have had a pit stop there. He must have had a pit stop.
Yeah.
Indeed, we are in the midst now of the LMP3 stops. Tony Wells dropped back out of the top 3.
So Multi-Axon's out of the car.
RM Sport go to work.
Yeah.
Remember, not too rushed here. It's a 110-second stop.
Mardini getting in. But it's just all about now just being clinical with your stop, making sure that you're just doing everything in a nice, smooth way. No sort of getting flustered or trying to rush it, because then little mistakes can happen and it just starts, the time just ekes away. So the boys are just trying to get their job done with the tyre changes. The driver helper is nearly complete, it looks like.
Struggling a bit with that, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he is actually. Maybe he's just trying to pick out the shoulder belt, but no, there's a tap there, he's happy. Maybe he's plugging in a drinks tube or something. Just cleaning out the radiators.
You've got the time, take the time.
Yeah, exactly. They'll have a time clicking down on the dash.
The CD Sport car comes in ahead.
And away he goes.
So,
or not.
Or not.
Can't be released. Not yet, because there's another car coming.
No, he fires it.
Yeah,
well, that's
maybe there was
just a few seconds.
There's a problem with firing it up.
It's another drive-through penalty for the 54 car, by the way.
Oh, is it? Oh dear. So in GT, it looks like now the car that's the highest up, that's had a stop, is the Hub Auto. Marcus Gomez is in that Mercedes now. And I believe the Astons are just starting their pit stops as well. Garage 59 car is in of Marvin Kirchhofer.
So Marvin Kirchhofer pits from the lead of the class, leaves the sister car out, so they'll be splitting those stops to just a little bit more space. The team do their work. 95 car runs off the road out of the way of the 26 car.
It's very good of him to get out of the way.
26 car already been there. It's 5.3 seconds to the good. Got a Pinto. What's the gap now? It was, what, 30 seconds to the leader.
25.
It's 25 to second. Due through any moment now. I think it's around 30 seconds. Don't think he's closed that gap. But he has pulled out a gap on Matthias Kaiser. Plenty of traffic to deal with here. This is where, you know, these guys unfamiliar with mixed class racing are going to be learning their trade. It is still 30 seconds.
It is.
Traffic it is that's held that gap.
And the ebb and flow of that traffic appearing or
absolutely
disappearing into the pit lane and then reappearing with different drivers and new tyres, and well, that's what it's a constantly evolving situation, and just having that experience and knowledge, and you know, someone like Franco Colapinto would have never experienced something like this before these last 2 weekends.
The Garage 59 car in the hands of Maxime Martin goes through for another lap, so it's 2 laps different between the fuel stints on their 2 cars, and in fact that car now, with the pit stops of cars ahead of them, is up into, I believe, 7th place now.
Yeah, and you know, maybe Maxime was doing that from the get-go, was just fuel saving and seeing how far he could go. He is going to have a maximum drive time though, isn't he?
Yeah, but behind this battle, there is a battle underway for 2nd place at the moment. We'll turn back into 3rd place. Johnny Adam fending off Alfred Renard, and Axel Jeffries, who's now with the GPX car, is with the Breckert Herberth car. I'm sure we'll pick that out in the background. They're not too far back from this car.
Yeah, so it's GPX racing car has been solid all weekend. Obviously had an excellent weekend at in Dubai, and it's having another very strong run here in race 3.
Well, what we need to see here is a strong run from the Aston Martins or the Ferraris to dent the advantage of the Porsches.
Yeah, and just close up in that title race. It's fierce competition for those 4 invitations to Le Mans, which all of these teams are hunting. And there's many teams here who have never actually been to Le Mans, and so it's a very valuable prize.
Absolutely, there is the battle. There's the battle at the moment for second. In real world terms, battle for third, with the other Garage 59 car having pitted from the lead of the race. Yuki Minamoto is on his way out in that car at the moment, but this is Johnny Adam. Behind him, Alfred Renard, and there is Axel Jeffries. This is a battle for a significant position. Who is going to cough first and pit? It does seem, by the way, that the first of the Garage 59 cars came in a little earlier than most of the other lead runners here.
Yeah, it's a little unusual.
Not pitting yet, are they?
No. Certainly with someone of Marvin's pace, it's a little unusual.
Pinto 1:57 last time around. He's now taking time out of the cars ahead.
It's his fastest lap of the race for Colapinto. And he's going even quicker on this lap. He's now done the fastest first sector. So, making good headway.
So the second drive-through, by the way, for the 54 was spinning in the pit lane as he came in to take his drive-through for track limits.
I'd say it's not a great day down there in the 54 car.
No. Car back out and running in the hands of Bashar Mardini, the Maserati racer.
Yeah, and it's now going to be really a race, I feel, between that RLL car and the Nielsen guys, Nielsen Racing.
Yep, we wait till the quick guys get in.
Okay.
Let's go and find out what's going on with RLRM Sport. Zara downstairs with the pits with Malte Jakobsen.
Thanks so much. Here we are at RLR, very hard to pronounce, RLR Garage here with Malte. Malte, we noticed there were safety cars out there, but you managed to stay in front. How did it all go?
I mean, it was a hard stint at the beginning because we had 2 safety cars, so it was a bit difficult to keep heat in the tires, but I managed to do it, and I pulled out a really big gap to my teammates, and I enjoyed all of the stint. So now I will watch from here, and we will see what it brings.
Yeah, that's amazing. You did really well. Awesome. Thanks, Malte. Back to the studio.
Well, if you're a friend of Malte Jakobsen back in Denmark and he offers you a go on his PlayStation and it's a racing game, don't bother. That guy's dynamite. That was an exceptional stint from Malte Jakobsen. There's Bashar Mardini doing what he can do now to defend the advantage that's been built up. Remember, the cars are a bit out of sequence, so the 15 car is further down the order than it otherwise would be with some of the LMP3 cars still to pit. But Mardini is leading the race now, and his gap to the next LMP3 car is massive. It is 1 minute and 20 seconds. Quite extraordinary first stint there from Malte Jakobsen. Here's car in for a second stop here.
They've got something going on here. Keep looking around the back of the car.
Also in, by the way, Maxime Martin. You see further down the pit lane in the number 88 Garage 59 car. Climbed as high as 7th before that was necessary. But Johnny Adams stays out in the 97. With GPX racing car, by the way, now ahead of the 99.
He's managed to make his way by.
He has indeed. So we would expect, I think, to see Alain Ferté aboard that car next.
Yeah, it'll be very shortly. They'll be coming in. Well, I say very shortly, it must be another 10 minutes or so, just because the safety cars will have pushed back that window further on into the race.
It's Johnny Adam. The moment will lead the GT class. But does owe us his first stop.
Yeah.
A good stint from Johnny.
Yeah.
Good stint for Aston Martin, but they did put their pro drivers in first.
Yeah. have to see how this sort of seesaws around and flip-flops back and forth. So, yeah, it has been a very strong showing from Aston Martin here at the start, but you have to wait to see how things unfold here.
It's going to be about the ability of the silver and the bronze drivers still to come in these cars, for the most part, and this is where GPX Racing will come back into it. 55 car had a great run in the second race at Dubai, came home second in that race.
They were running out there with something to put it on the back of the car. I don't know whether that was a bit of tape or something.
Sticker for a new sponsor, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, some nice bit of...
yes, indeed. That one's had
duct
some
tape.
contact, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's number 8 car from Nielsen Racing in LMP3 in the hands of Rodrigo Salas. Has served his stop, and it's now the Nielsen cars, nose to tail. And actually, they've swapped positions in that stop.
These guys got to be in a pretty decent spot now for...
very good points.
Yeah,
and
very good points. Really to eat into that lead that the United boys have built up over the first 2 races in Dubai.
Absolutely, this is their opportunity to do that, and they're going to be wanting to do this in a fast and disciplined way. Johnny Adam, meanwhile, in the Oman Racing with TF 97.
Yeah, he's jumping out.
Absolutely, that will be Johnny's time done.
Not sure he's jumping in.
I would guess at this point at Ahmed Al Hati.
Yeah.
Omani driver and long-time flag carrier for his nation in GT racing, and with no little success in Aston Martins with TF Sport.
Yeah, well-drilled boys at TF Sport.
They are indeed.
Yeah. And they're away with the tyre change.
Big success for this team, based in the south of England. Under the TF is Tom Ferrier, and followers of the British Touring Car Championship back in the day will remember Tom. And multiple title wins in multiple series around the world, reigning Le Mans GTM champions. And this year we'll see, well, as the car comes off the jacks, we'll wait for time if it's required, and away they go.
They'll be waiting for that clock to tick down on the dash.
Done. And
Looks
with
like he's had a bit of contact there on the on the diffuser.
contact in GT, surely.
It's a bit of encouragement, a little bit.
The GPX car, that presumably means the 99 car's pitted too.
Yeah.
And indeed it has.
Yeah, Axel Jeffries.
Rathburn is coming out. It is Ahmed Al Hati aboard the 97 car. This car, possibly depressingly for the competition, going long on fuel as well.
Yeah, I mean, sitting there saving the fuel behind all the other cars when they're all squabbling over positions, and he was just being smart.
So, Rennie Binder now leads by 4.3 seconds. The gap, what is it, 30 seconds we called it to Colapinto. 17.5 seconds now.
Yeah, he's making some great progress there.
All 3 lead cars in the 157.8 from Colapinto last time, 158.5 from Jean Galel, 159.9. Perhaps with some traffic for the leader, Rennie Binder, but it's been another very, very solid race from the Austrian.
Yes, it has. He's done exactly what his boss wanted him to do.
And did we work out that this could seal it for them?
Yes, I
They win
think
it?
if the 26 wins, I think that's done then. It'll be the championship for them.
3 wins. But
It's still
2 hours and 41 minutes.
exactly.
We're not supposed to say, by the way, I'll remind anybody in comms, it's a long way to go. And I didn't say that as pointing out things we shouldn't say. But it's 2 hours and 41 minutes to go. It usually tends to be the portent of absolute disaster for somebody. Oliver Gavin is going to become very, very attuned to the phrase the commentator's curse through what I'm sure is going to be a long career in punditry. It's been an absolute delight to have Ollie on comms this last couple of weeks.
It's been great to be here, really enjoying it. It's I'm really enjoying my time in the booth. It's good fun.
We'll sort that out.
Yes.
Sean Galale not giving this one up, by the way. He's hang on in there. It's still 4 seconds is the gap
Yeah.
to Binder. I'm sure he'll be being kept updated about what's going on behind him. There's the lead gap under the gantry now goes Binder. There goes Sean Galale. That's the 99 Herbath car between them, of course. And that car with his pit stop will just drop down the order. Others are emerging. We'll call that class as that sorts itself out, with all pit stops now completed.
So Axel Jeffers is just pitting now in the GPX car. I'm sure all of his rivals, will be pleased to see that. Giancarlo Fisichella is
running second.
Yes.
Despite having had 2 drive-throughs.
Has he had those? Has he served the drive-throughs?
I think we'll find out soon enough. He must have served one of them because he got the second one for pit lane speeding for the first one.
That's a good point.
But Giancarlo, what a legend.
Yes, he is. He is.
And so very many ways.
So behind now, it's in GT, it's the 3 Aston Martins that are leading the charge after all the pit stops. And I think when it all shuffles out, I think they're going to be right there. And I don't think that the Mercedes AMG of Hub Auto is also going to be pretty close.
Yeah, Marcus Gomez beginning to get down to business here, isn't he?
Yeah.
And this is going to be a big mix-up in the GT class, with the pro drivers in some cars going away at the start of the race, but quick people still to come in all of these cars. 57 car, a bit of a mystery stop during qualifying. Stopped out on the circuit, and when I politely inquired what the issue was given that answer we're often given as journalists: a technical problem. Thank you for that. That's the least helpful thing you could tell me, which is of course the point.
Yes.
You've probably given that answer before, I'm sure.
So many times, particularly to you.
40 car waits for time. Not, of course, that the fabulous Chevrolet Corvettes ever have technical problems. You've fallen into my cunning trap there.
Oh.
57 from 55. Oliver Gavin admits Corvette's unreliable. That was a change for position.
I'm watching the racing.
I think you should.
Yeah.
55 moves ahead there. That's in the hands of Rino Mastronardi. The 57, by the way, in the hands of the team owner at Car Guy, Takeshi Kimura. And great to see that Car Guy, in concert with their partners in Super GT Racing, Pacific Racing, going back to Super GT this season with a Ferrari, and not in yellow. It's going to be blue.
Wow.
There will be, I'm sure, questions in the Japanese Parliament about that one.
Be headline news.
It will. Certainly was in Daily Sports Car. And that's frankly all that matters. 2 hours and 38 minutes to go.
Do you know the guy that runs that?
He's a terrible man.
God. I've heard lots of stories.
I bet you have.
Yeah,
most
terrible.
of them probably true.
Yes, every single one.
Sean Galale, by the way, is back with the leader. He's pulled back 3 seconds on that lap. 2.5 seconds on that lap. So all of a sudden, 4 seconds becomes 1.3.
And the gap to Franco Colapinto, he's getting it down to about 16 seconds now. So he has eaten into that gap to the leaders.
So they're together. Colapinto is catching, not quickly, but it's not imminent, is it?
No, well, if
Got some work to do.
If it carries on at this pace, he's going to be with them in about 7 laps. So
having joined the race 39 seconds back, that is some going, isn't it?
Yes,
That's
it
around
is.
the outside, didn't make it there from the Nielsen car. Edgy stuff here.
Yep.
But Galale makes it through. He's got a bit of a sniff of this again, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
This is good to see.
Yep, he's going to do his confidence a world of good.
It is. This is after traumas at Dubai for the team, and not the best of starts for his new co-driver. This is all of a sudden beginning. The sun's coming out again at Jota.
Yep.
We might see Sam Hignett crack a smile.
It would be nice to see, but yeah, I'm pretty sure Sam started the weekend with no grey in his hair.
Yep.
But as it's gone on, he's a bit salt and pepper.
He is a bit salt and pepper, isn't he? But still, it should be said, not only a talented team manager and, of course, a talented driver at his time, but an all-round
Super
good-looking man.
Super guy.
And he is indeed a super guy. We mean that in terms of character, not any superhero tendencies or superpowers, in case anybody of litigious nature is listening in. Meanwhile, Sean Galale on the back straight and hammer down. A couple of seconds in clear air here, but just the body language of that car coming, making the pass on the first of the 2 Nielsen cars. His purpose now back with the Jota man around the outside of Tony Wells. It is in the second place car in LMP3. Gap still around 1 minute and 20 seconds, by the way, Bashar Madini to Tony Wells. But remember, Colin Noble's still to come in this car. Colin will relish the opportunity to go hunting.
Yeah, he's been very quick in that car, and I'm sure he didn't want to get out there and battle and fight for that victory.
So it's going to be about just what can be done in traffic here, but this has been, I feel like a bit of a broken record here. A grinding, quick run from Rennie Binder.
Yep.
I seem to have said that a lot in the last few days, and Rennie, he's found his form in this car.
Yeah, he has. I mean, we're saying it again, but you know, he's doing exactly what he's being told and what's being asked of him, and he's, you know, he's delivering the car back to the team in exactly the way that it started. It's running very well, very nicely, and he's got two very fast teammates to come in and take the car to the flag.
2.2 seconds at the line last time, so pulls out a further tenth or so on.
And even if he was to lose the lead, I don't think that's going to be a big deal, because I think he's got enough speed with the drivers who are coming to drive the car that they can wrestle the lead back and get the car back into a really strong position to win again.
There's an argument here. You tend to focus on the really quick guys, but there's an argument here. To this point, if the series stopped now, you might well be looking at the driver of the series.
He certainly has been extremely strong and performed well, and you know, and he's not made any mistakes.
That's the point, and he's led the races, and he's handed over his car in the lead to his quicker driving partners, and they've then built on that to some pretty spectacular wins for them.
Yeah, he hasn't made any mistakes. I mean, I'm talking about mistakes that have had a significant influence on the outcome of their race, and he just, you know, he's just delivered each time.
Here's the 40 car that is in the hands of Alain Ferté.
Yep, which we thought was going to happen.
Indeed, and Alain is about 12 seconds off the lead. You see the Ahmed Al Harti car ahead.
I think this is all going to close up here in GT.
Indeed. He's in a battle here, by the way, for third position. Lest we forget, Monsieur Ferté is 65 years old. We're going to, whilst we're talking about Alain, we're going to go down to Zara, who's got his teammate Axel Jeffries in the pit lane.
Yep, thanks, Graham. Here we are with Axel Jeffries leading in GT right now. Axel, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, you know, I feel pretty good. Honestly, it was quite a chaotic start. There was a lot going on, and the main objective for us is the championship. So it's quite hard to attack and stay out of trouble at the same time. Unfortunately, the first few laps, we lost quite a lot of time behind the Mercedes. But once we managed to get by, we managed to put our heads down, caught the leading pack, and I think we got up to fourth and ahead of our championship rivals. So ultimately, that was the goal.
Thanks so much. I mean, it's very intense right now. Back to the studio.
Catastrophically noisy down there in the pits, and well done to both Axel and to Zara for bringing us. But clearly there's a plan here, and that what they've got their eyes on is, yes, of course they want to win this race, but what they want to do more than that is to win this championship.
And then even more so, they want to get that invitation.
100%.
By winning the championship, they get that invitation to Le Mans, and that GPX is really what they want.
Yeah, bumped into GPX Racing owner Fred Fatien in Dubai briefly, and laser focused on Le Mans, an absolute passion for him.
Yeah.
We had an opportunity to look around some of the toys he's actually got at his Dubai base. To be having an opportunity to look around the other place he's got the rest of his toys stashed.
It's very impressive.
He's another one of these absolutely passionate racing fans that has got the means to spend that money doing the things that I think we'd all like to do. Beautiful cars, racing hard. And the GPX team, by the way, let's not forget, already winners of some big races, including the Spa 24 Hours. Drive-through penalty whip going the way of the Castle Racing 27 car. Giorgio Roda just aboard that car. That is at the moment propping up the remaining running cars here.
Yeah, it's for constant abuse of track limits. That does seem to be a recurring theme here.
That's Ahmed Al Harti trying to get around the 93 car to put a lap on the second pickup Herbert car.
It's all a little bit clumsy.
But that's allowing Alan Ferté to close in on the Omani driver. Didn't manage it there. It was a little bit elbows, wasn't it?
Yeah, they just need to just think about what's coming next. Oh, the 93 car goes wide, and this could be a little bit tight, but they're giving each other room. But it's all the stuff that is allowing all the cars behind to close up, all the cars in front to get by.
Here's the lead battle, and in a hurry now to get through Rennie Bender on the Era Motorsport number 18 car. The car run by Jota Sports. That's not an easy way around there. Tucks to the inside and will get through. But that has allowed Sean Gallel to close in again. So the gap was a second at the line. Meantime, progress from behind for Franco Colapinto. 13.5 seconds now from the lead.
Yep.
12.5 seconds from Gallel, who's not cleared the 18 does note. So now, again, battle joined. So close battle in LMP2 for the lead, with another rapid Aris closing in on this pair. LMP3, still a big gap from Bashar Madini down to Tony Wells. Tony Wells from Rodrigo Salas, Michael Jensen in the CD Sport car. Those four way ahead of the other cars that had some troubles a bit further back. GT is still the 3 Aston Martin's leading. That would be a heck of a result, wouldn't it?
It would be amazing for them.
Yuki, the moto ahead of Valentin Masclot, who's the newest addition to the Aston Martin factory driver roster, the Academy winner for this year, and Ahmed Al-Hati fending off Alan Ferté, with Rothburn in the 99 Precott Herberth car still in contact with Nicky Katzberg aboard the BMW in 6th place and going quickly, catching all of them ahead. Could be the Cat might get the cream here before he gets asked to pit the BMW M6 GT3. The gaps are not that large, and if Nicky can keep going at the pace he's got at the moment, he's going much quicker than any of the cars ahead of him.
Yeah, he is. I think that Nicky's going to just run until his time runs out, and then he'll jump out.
Yep.
So he's really trying to press on to see if he can get his car in a good spot to head over to his teammates.
So still Sean Gallel hammering away at this lead. Just looking for how far back. Not in sight yet. Franco Colapinto drops back on that lap with some, is it over 2 minutes that time? So 15.7 seconds back from the lead. So not in sight yet.
Maybe Franco's having a bit
He's
of
in the pits, that's why.
Ah, yes.
He's in the pits, and
maybe they could see that the traffic was coming up ahead of him, and they were thinking, okay, right, well, we'll just pit you now, just try and get you out of that that gaggle of traffic. He's going for new tyres as well, and try and release him out into a good, clear spot of racetrack. Maybe Franco was struggling a little bit with the balance.
How long have you been out in those tyres? We'll have a quick look at this to see just how long that stint was. Unless he had a problem.
Yeah, maybe he did. It's not the slickest of work here from Algarve Pro.
It looks as if they weren't ready.
Yeah, it might have been a bit of a hurried stop. He might have got on the radio at the last minute and said he's in the pit lane. And they were battling to be ready for him.
Indeed. Keep an eye on what was going on there. Come back to you on with a few facts and figures as soon as we can.
Well, he's Colapinto's out of the car.
Yes. Andrade got in the car.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Colapinto then will have more time available.
Yeah, so he'll be getting back in, won't he?
Andrade was impressive too in the last race.
Yeah.
Very impressive indeed, in fact. So
here's the. Oh no, maybe it is scheduled. Here's the 26 car. Okay. Rennie Binder out of the car, and that looks like Habsburg getting in. Rennie will be extremely happy with his performance today.
Correctly so.
Another fine drive, and he's just setting these boys up for another strong result.
Yeah, and to the lead then for the moment, Sean Gallel. This is shaping up to be quite a race at the end here in LMP2 if we run without caution.
Yeah. Yes, it is. The Algarve Pro boys going to work here, getting the rears on. New tyres.
Sticker tyres on this car.
Absolutely.
We'll see the bit of the pace that Ferdinand Habsburg has to offer.
Away he goes.
Took a little off and away in the lead, and see how far he can stretch the fuel window. Dealing with the traffic in the manner of the Phoenix number 4 Ligier. This is Phoenix Racing's LMP3 debut, as well as LMP2. And coming up now on the 35 car, that is Sami Matti-Trögen, Finnish driver, virtual racer, being given an opportunity in the Asia Le Mans Series by BMW Motorsport.
Sean's just trying to work his way through that traffic. He got a little caught out there by the BMW, just slowed up a little bit more than he thought at the apex of 17. It's just all those sorts of things you get experience with, and you can get to know the rhythm of the cars that you're coming up to pass, placing the car in the right spot.
Keeping an eye on Nicky Katzberg at the moment, 6th position for Nicky. He is something like 22 seconds off the lead in GT.
Yeah, Nicky's going to still be pressing on, seeing if he can get his car up as far as he possibly can before he has to jump out, but it is closing up in GT.
It is. It's becoming quite the battle, isn't it? LMP3, meanwhile, Bashar Mardini leads and is, just checking this out, is a minute and 25 seconds ahead of Tony Wells. Doing well here,
yeah.
Mardini. And we saw this in Dubai, when Mardini could just run clean,
yeah,
make no errors. He could hold a lot better than when he'd made a minor mistake. And I think, as you were saying, actually in race 1, this is partly some of the problems that you'll find with the non-professional drivers is throw you off your rhythm, occupy too much of that brain power with crisis management, and things tend to go wrong in groups. Mardini at the moment doing a very good job indeed here for RLRM Sports, which is great news for them, not so good news for Nielsen Racing.
No, but it's, I mean, it just shows, doesn't it, when the pressure's off and he can just run to his pace, deal with the traffic in his time, and not really have any pressure at all from behind. He's performing well.
Indeed. So it was a 22-lap stint from Colapinto. 21 for John Falk to start the race. You're absolutely right, he was bang on schedule.
Yeah, it was. Should have spotted that, but we should have, but...
I get too excited watching how quickly they're going.
I know. It was just a very, very strong run from Colapinto, you know, the fastest average so far of anybody in P2, but, you know, there are more guys to come, and we'll have to see what Habsburg can do, and also what IFIA can. 9 car going slowly there. Looks like he came into...
Here's the 9 car, it's Tony Wells.
Yeah, he was going very slow.
Oh, no, it's a full course yellow. It's a full course yellow. Debris on track, exit turn 19.
Right.
So, Sven Thompson, if he's listening to what we're saying, sorry Sven, I'm sure that made you spit out your tea.
Yes. What?
But no, all is well. Debris will be cleared, I'm sure, very quickly indeed. We'll get back to green flag running. We are 22 minutes away from the halfway mark of this 3rd race of the Asia Le Mans Series. If you're joining us for the first time, the series with the global pandemic, I think we're on, there we go, the Rapid Intervention Force dives in. Green things.
So that must be from, is that from the Phoenix car?
It looks a bit like the Phoenix car, doesn't it?
So what's the Phoenix car done?
Is it Phoenix car, or is it possibly the green Ferrari, the Rinaldi car?
Has Patrick Ujala got in it?
Leading question.
He is.
Well,
sorry, Patrick, if you're listening.
This is round 3 of 4. The 4th race and the concluding race of the championship is tomorrow. This is, I think, at least the 4th contingency planned calendar for the Asia Le Mans Series. And I'll say it here loud and proud. What a fantastic job they've done to actually have a race series whilst others have fallen, particularly in the Asia-Pacific region, where it's been particularly difficult to deal with the logistics, the travel difficulties, all of the other health-related protocols. It has been pretty darn faultless here.
They have done an amazing job. Everybody in the team.
And it's a tiny, tiny team as well.
It is a very...
So great to see. It's just great to be back racing, to be honest with you. And despite the travails involved here, pretty much happy faces up and down the paddock. Delighted to be back here. Delighted the competition has been strong. The grid has been amazing.
Yeah, it has, and the atmosphere in the paddock has been fantastic. You know, all the teams have generally been very, very happy and just pleased to be here racing, and also just getting time on track. And that's been one of the very hard things for a lot of teams during this period, is to get good, solid track time. And they've had a real big fill of it. You know, two great circuits, good conditions, great weather, and great racing, and with a big field in every class. So that's great to see.
We got a bit of a shot there, by the way, of the number 3 United Autosports car in the background, and Andrew Bentley aboard that car. Jim Maguire started it. Andrew beginning to make his way up the order as well. 5th in LMP3, some way down the order in the overall running from the other LMP3 cars ahead. 19th he sits. Michael Jensen is in 10th.
You got to think that the victor in LMP3 is going to come from RLR or Nielsen Racing at the moment. Maybe CD Sport have a shot at it as well. But yeah, you've got to think that the winner is going to come from one of those 4 cars.
Yeah, and that came, by the way, again, if you're joining us late, disaster at the beginning of this race for United Autosports. Their number 3 car. Sorry, their number 2 car. I've constantly mixed up those 2 cars this season. Just not getting away as the race went green, and
right from the start it was a problem. Yeah.
Well, would have had some very nervous moments as the field streamed by him, but ground to a halt and pit straight. And then just a few minutes later, the 23 car, the championship leader, double race winner so far in Dubai, ground to a halt as well. That one with, we believe, according to the team, alternator problems.
Yeah.
So that has been a tough start to this race for United Autosports, but their 3rd car is making good progress. So just to recap, Sean Gallel it is, who's pitted, by the way, under this full course yellow. Now that's an interesting moment.
Yes, it is.
Now that could be a big moment.
Could, yes, absolutely. Could shuffle things up here. The 26 car will be inheriting the lead.
Or will he? I'm not sure he did. I don't think he is. I think that has been, the timing has been perfect for the 28 car.
Let me see on the tracker here. Yes, absolutely. Yes.
28 car will retain the lead, and we go back to green flag racing.
Yep.
And Sean Gallel will inherit a big lead, courtesy of being able to hold the car whilst on fuel until the full course yellow came out, and the timing was very, very good indeed. Meantime, chasing him down is the 26 car, and I believe we should be able to have a chat with Rennie Binder down in pit lane.
Yeah, that's a really nice swing for the Jota boys, and they've now got themselves in a really strong position. Sean back in the car, back out on track. And we're just coming through, just waiting for Ferdinand to come through to see exactly what the gap is, but it's
big.
It's decent, really decent. It's going to be the nice little bit of luck that Jota have really deserved over these last couple of weekends. It's been tough for them. Really
traumatic.
Yes,
I think it's the word I keep coming up with. It's been one of those ones where it's been issue after issue after issue. Some self-induced, I should say, but there's a hard-working team, as indeed the Algarve Pro guys. But they're going to have to battle for this now. So the lead gap, as Ferdinand Habsburg comes across the line, is 57 seconds.
Yeah, that's strong.
That is all because Jean Gallel was able to stay out. The 26 car came in on schedule.
Just use that little bit less fuel, just gave him another lap.
Absolutely, and that was enough to take advantage when the full course yellow came out, to take that full service stop under full course yellow, whilst his main opponent was out there circulating at much, much reduced speed. So that is potentially the moment of the race for the overall.
They could really turn it in their favour.
And also, by the way, depending on what happens between this 25 and the 26, could make life very interesting in the point standings.
GT, I see Nicky Katzberg's made his way up to third. He's pressing ahead, and he's now chasing down the car 88 from Garage 59, the Aston Martin. See how much progress he can make there, but another strong performance from Nicky. So with 2 hours and 15 to go, we're going to have to see now how Ferdinand Habsburg responds to this. He's in the past, when that middle driver's got in the 26 car, the race has somewhat been under control. And then a little bit of pressure from Stoffel van Dorn in the first race, but really, you know, now he's really going to have to get after it to see if he can chase down Sean Galil. You have to see if he starts taking a few more chances in traffic, and see if he can make that difference.
Yeah, pressure moments now for Ferdinand Habsburg. He's going to be looking for clear air to start to make pace tell.
Yeah.
G-Drive Racing now going to have to fight for this one.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how what their strategy is going to be, and how their drivers are going to react to it.
Absolutely. Came here looking to maintain a run towards a clean sweep. It's going to be significantly more difficult at this point. So G-Drive 26 now in the hands of Ferdinand Habsburg. There's the Hour 01 looking for a way to pass and lap again the LMP2M Era Racing Orica. But it's stick through here. And who's aboard the 18 now? That is now Carl Tilley.
Yeah, he should be getting the blue flags. If he doesn't let him by soon, then there could be some action. We'll see.
Carl Tilley not hanging around either. Not really close enough, is he, to make this?
No, he's not. He just wants to line himself up, getting a good
Let's
run
go
off
down
of here.
right now to Zara in the pits, who does have Rennie Binder about to talk to us in pit lane.
Thanks so much. And here we are with Rennie Binder, who is leading the LMP2 class. So, Rennie, with the yellow card, how is this going to work in your favour?
Yeah, that was a pretty good start for us. I managed to race always in the lead. Unfortunately, there were 2 safety car periods in the beginning of the race, as I always made kind of a gap. But then always the field came together again. But the restart was always pretty good. The car felt amazing. I could pull a little gap to the Jota car. Unfortunately, now I saw they got lucky with the pit stop a bit with the full course yellow, but it doesn't matter. We just need to stay focused to our race, and it will be fine.
I like that. Stay focused. All right, back to the studio.
That's really been you could hear his disappointment in his voice, couldn't you?
Yeah.
That, he knows that's a big advantage has been drawn now by the Jota car. Still 26, by the way, bottled up behind Carl Tilley. This is not a battle for position. This is Tilley looking not to be lapped again by the second place car.
Yeah, Ferdinand needs to get by. He's really denting his effort to chase down the Jota car.
Now he's got a bit of a run and not quite enough space there for it. Looks as if he might have a bit of lunge there, but that was the wrong place to do it.
D-station car 77.
Great looking car. And repeat entry to the Age Le Mans Series, and another team, by the way, heading for the FI World Endurance Championship in GTE this year, with support from TF Sports in the case of the Japanese squad. And it's the 77 car is in the hands of who at the moment? That is Tomonobu Fuji, the team manager normally for the Japanese efforts.
To see if Ferdinand Habsburg has managed to get his way past the Era car. Carl Tilley on board, and no, still not.
Still hasn't.
Still not got by.
That will be frustrating, and this is an important moment or two, isn't it, for Ferdinand?
Yep. He needs to get that done.
So watch the 77 car for a moment or two.
See if we just see in the background whether he's managed to make it by or not, but yeah, it's going to lead to some frustration for Ferdinand Habsburg.
So, just a word or two about D-Station Racing, as say, coming to the WEC after success in racing in Japan. They're leaving the Super GT series to concentrate on their WEC efforts.
And And we're actually getting some reports of the Phoenix car
Smoking.
is smoking. Maybe they were the bits that we saw on
Maybe.
track. So we'll have to see.
54 goes through the camera.
So D station coming across the line here. Car 77. Clicking off the laps.
Indeed. And 10 minutes to the halfway point. Sean Galel, by the way, is a full minute ahead.
Ferdinand Hansberg just being warned for track limits at turn 4. He's trying to line himself up. It must have been when he was trying to get past the 18. I think he has done that now. But he's a minute behind.
Let's look at the 5 here. Some reports, I think you just said that the guy is smoking.
He's got some damage, I think, on the left front. Maybe not.
No, no immediate. There is a little bit of smoke from the rear of that car. No real sign of damage there.
No.
A bit of a flick at the back of the car that may be missing, but car in the hands at the moment of Simon Trimmer. Simon running in 5th place. It's Sean Galel leading from the 2 Aris 01s. Ferdinand Hansberg in the 26th. It is Rui Pinto de Andrada in the 25. Then Arjun Maini now at the wheel of the 64 Racing Team India car before we get to the Phoenix Racing car. And
Oh, it does look very aggressive on the brakes, on the bumps. It's turn 8. A lot of porpoising.
dropped back out of contention, this car.
Yeah, haven't looked quite as strong. Well, let's wait and see.
Yeah.
There we go. With
Kelvin van Deventer is still to
yeah,
come.
he's still to come in the car, isn't
He
he?
was impressive in qualifying for a first qualifying run in a P2 car, particularly as it turned out he was carrying damage.
Yeah, and a wheel come off.
Coming astray.
You never really want that, do you?
That's not the ideal.
Optimum, no. Not a preferred change.
No. Not a feature. But the 5 car making its way towards the end of the lap. No real sign of massive drama. That's reported smoke. Not terribly much in evidence. But what's worse, it's smoking or it's stopping smoking.
Yeah. Guess we'll have to find out. Black and white flag for the car 95. Constant abuse of track limits. So that's their final warning.
It is indeed that car in the hands of John Hartshorn at the moment, the bronze rank driver. Ollie Hancock started the race in the car. So looking to see where the pace is coming at the moment, and it's coming at the moment from Ferdinand Hansberg. So 58.9 seconds is the gap, but it's a mighty mountain to climb now.
Yeah.
For the G-Drive Racing team, the lead Auris, the points leader with 2 race wins to its credit out of 2. There's a lot of work and a bit of luck required if it's going to be 3 out of 3 and the title. Yep. Also seemingly struggling for pace at the moment after some really good form last time out in Dubai is D'Andrada. Over 2 minutes per lap here, significantly over.
Yeah,
Not sure whether or not he's bottled up. He's not finding
the rhythm.
He's just not.
No. 2 minutes and 3 was his last lap, and a quick, ballpark figure sort of lap you need to be doing in P2 is a 58.
Yeah, well, looking at behind him, Arjun Maini under a minute back now, and in the 157s, he's sniffed an opportunity.
Yeah.
He was 6 seconds quick on that lap for the 25 car.
Now that an awful lot of that can be traffic. And if you get bottled up behind a GT car at 11 and you can't manage to find your way by till turn 21, you're going to lose a good chunk of time.
Let's see what I can do about finding a gap in LMP3. Looks to me as if Tony Wells is at a second stop. Now, why has Wells been down pit lane a second time?
So Mikkel Jensen's P2, isn't he, now for CD Sport?
Michael Jensen.
Michael Jensen, sorry. Oh, there we go.
Drawn into that trap.
Indeed. And there he is.
There is Michael Jensen.
Michael Jensen.
Good looking CD Sport car. Let's
yep.
have a quick look and see what we can find out with Tony Wells. Tony had a short stint, 17 laps. I wonder if he's had a puncture.
Yeah, it's possible.
We've seen debris. So Tony Wells did just 17 laps on his past stint, so that's why he's dropped back. He's still, by the way, in third place.
Sean Galil in the lead, the Jota car. He just needs to be consistent, reel off the laps, you know, be quick, consistent, kind to the car.
Yep.
And, you know, not get drawn into asking for the gap every lap to the car behind. Just needs to get his head down.
Give him a lap time, stick to the lap time, deal with the traffic, bring it home.
Exactly. I mean, Ferdinand Hatzberg is making some progress on him, but this is going to seesaw around with traffic, so it's important that he just does his job, eyes forward.
Indeed.
And, Rui Pinto d'Andrada he's got the pace down to 2 minutes, but it's still lacking some pace. Ferdinand Hatzberg has just done the fastest lap of the race, a 1:57.1. So he is pressing on.
Yep, that gap is coming down.
And this is exactly what we wanted to see, whether Habsburg could respond to something like this and pull out a real star performance.
Pasha Mardini, by the way, in the lead of LMP2, is losing time, and reasonable chunks of time at times to the cars behind him.
Yeah.
Looking, Michael Jensen is some way back. So whatever the issue was for Nielsen Racing, and that number 9 car could have been very expensive indeed, because there was certainly an opportunity there to make hay at the front.
Yeah, the LMP3 class is
drawn right out, hasn't it?
It has.
It's messy, I think, is the answer here. As in comes a 95 car. That should be change. It is. This is going to be Charlie Eastwood getting aboard. John Hartshaw will be getting out the car. John, driver that's been around GT racing for a very long time, has done some prototype racing as well in P2 and P3 and LMPC racing in the background.
So he would have done his time in the car.
Yep, looking for an opportunity to take a third different British Mark II Le Mans in his driving career. Went first with the very last TVR to appear at the Le Mans 24 Hours. That car finished but was unclassified. John still owns that car. And also went with Jet Alliance with the Lotus Evora. Two-car efforts, works effort at Le Mans from Lotus, one of which was a Pro-Am car, the other one a Pro car. And is looking to do the same if the selection committee nods sagely in their direction with the TF Sport Aston Martin, with this full season effort in the Asian Le Mans Series, and to come a full season effort in Aston Martin in the European Le Mans Series later this year.
Rather ominously in GT, the GPX Racing 911 is only some 18 seconds back from the lead, and they've got Alan Furte in the car, who's not their fastest driver.
Indeed.
And you know, they're positioned very nicely, and you know, after their two very strong performances in Dubai, this is not what their competition would have hoped for. Looking further down the order, Mercedes is not really made the progress I thought it was going to make of the Hub Auto Racing entry, and Marcos Gomez is currently down in 12th in class.
It's got kind of odd ebb and flow, this GT class. By the way, Nicky Katzberg did not make it to the lead in GT, and is now out of the car.
Yeah,
trying the hole aboard the number 34 car.
Patrick Kujala is leading the GT AM class, pressing on, and he's actually P5 in GT overall. You know, so he's
more or less where we saw him last time.
Yeah,
he's been well up the order in that car, and 2 class wins for the number 66 Rinaldi Racing car. They've been pretty solid all the way through this. So looking for the next battles here.
It's the 77D station car and the 60
Formula Racing.
Yeah, battling away.
And that is for position.
Yeah, great racing.
Fuji and Alessio Rovera, my apologies.
So the Ferrari's got that boost adjustment, BOP adjustment, and see if that makes a difference It helps them down the straight, and it doesn't look like it. The Aston is very powerful.
Let's take a look in just a few moments at highlights from the second hour of this 4-hour race at Yas Marina. Third position in GT through the hour. It was the Oman Racing with TF 97 Aston Martin.
Strawberry.
With the 88 Garage 59 Aston pushing forward in second, and the sister car completing a 1-2-3 through the hour, which will be putting smiles on fans of the Great British Mark. In the LMP3 class, battle between the CD Sport car and the number 9 Ligiers of Nielsen Racing. Tony Wells pushing on and looking to do what he could do to bite into the lead, built up by Malte Jakobsen for RLRM Sport, the number 15 car. It's a battle through the hour, but the 15 car going well in the hands now of Bashar Mardini to defend the mighty lead built up by the young Dane. And they'll be looking forward to what lies ahead there. In LMP3, it's all about a battle between the two G-Drive Racing Aris cars, 25 and the 26. It's a battle for the lead between the 26, Willy Binder fending off Sean Galale, but then the 28 car from Jota getting a bit of luck with the timing of a full course yellow, and Sean Galale in a big lead now, under attack from afar from Ferdinand Habsburg. Jota Sports continuing the lead of the race. Ferdinand Habsburg is attacking that. Brought it down by about 8 seconds or so. It's not been by any means a bad response from the Austrian driver, but it's a big, big, big gap to close.
It is a big ask, but right now, these two stints, Sean Galale's running and Ferdinand Habsburg, when just comparison, the average is, or the best lap time they've done is almost 2 seconds apart, and Ferdinand Habsburg is really eating away at that gap.
But the point here is, what is he doing to his fuel numbers in having to do that?
Yeah,
so
he's
got the advantage on that front as well.
Absolutely, and Sean could be just running to a lap time and a fuel number, and knowing how many more stops are going to be going to looking at the end of the race and counting back. Their engineer will be working furiously on that, just trying to see, okay, how many more stops we've got to make, and what do we need to do to get this car to the end in the lead and win the race overall. So yeah, that's where the strategy comes in the P2 class, and you know, the boys at Jota will be working those numbers furiously. Just got to see how things pan out. But in the GT class, I've just been looking at some of the other stuff that's been going on, and the Hub Auto car, number 1, Mercedes, it looked like it had to come in for an extra stop, and only 19 laps in that stint, and now it's got now into an 8-lap stint. But it looks like the McLaren has gone with exactly the same strategy, so there might be something in that. Again, looking at the end of the race and working back, yeah, it could be driver time, and it could also be how many more stops do they need to make. And
well, Ollie Milroy's aboard that car now. We've still got Ben Barnicoat to come, I believe, in the McLaren. We've got some very quick drivers to come in a number of these cars, and whilst there are pretty sizable pretty sizable gaps at the moment in this class, these things do come together towards the end of these races. There are going to be battles, and they're going to be fierce, and there are going to be more than 2 cars involved.
I still can't see past the Porsche 911, the number 40 car of GPX.
Still with Julian Andlau, the Porsche factory driver, young man from France to come. Here comes Sean Galale, by the way, round the outside of the 97 Oman Racing car, in further defence of that lead and pulling out a little bit further an advantage on Habsburg last time around. Yeah, you know, they've been strong, haven't they, throughout this series so far, the Porsches, particularly the 99 from Pekka Herberth, and absolutely particularly the 40 car.
Yeah, the GPX car has just been, it has been sort of pretty much the class of the field. And certainly it was at in Dubai, and here it's, even that extra 15 kilos, it's been right at the front.
Remember, the key ingredient in that little mixture is the fact that the Aston Martins, which currently sit first and second, have had their top drivers in at the start of the race. Porsche Still got Julian Anlau to go, and he will be chasing hard. So you're going to see these GT cars battling very hard indeed in the last hour of this race. There's a Phoenix Racing car looking for a way past the 99 with a 63. It's had time in the barrier earlier on this race. Yet further woes for DKR. Their luck just has not been there this year in the Asian Le Mans Series. Their debut year in the series. Hope they're back.
Yeah.
But the 63, the only Duquesne in the race, was in the wall at turn 12. Miraculously, no damage appeared.
Yeah, he managed to back it out eventually and get going again. But yeah, they were really sitting in a great spot once again. And then just, you know, an incident befell them and they've now fallen down the order. But I think they're really out of any chance of having a really strong result here.
A number of cars, by the way, will have full course yellow speeds investigated. There are 6 cars in that mix, including, by the way, the GPX car.
Right.
Those will be investigated after the race. Love to see that when I'm sitting there writing a race report, I have to tell you. Very familiar for waiting for the stewards at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
That's just my life trouble. Back to the racing. Number 89 it is. It is in the hands of Yuki Nomoto. Leads the way in GT with about 8 seconds on Valentin Hartz-Klot.
He's doing a nice job.
They're both doing a nice job here.
Yeah.
So Yuki Nomoto spent his time last year in the Italian GT Championship, I believe. But launches onto the international scene with this effort from the Garage 59 squad. Team co-owned by Enrico Gotti, the aforementioned, Chris Goodwin, no relation, and Alexander West. This is the team that came out of the efforts that people might remember as CRS back in the day.
And both the 88 and 89 have got to have their Alexander West has got to get into the 88 car, and then Michael Benham has got to get into the 89. So, always smoky entry into turn 8 there.
Yeah. Another one to watch, by the way. We said to wait and see Colin Noble aboard the car. We're well into the second half of the race now, so that's probably because of whatever they stopped for, and I'll take a look at what that might be very shortly. Stretching Tony Wells's stint further than the halfway mark, so slightly off strategy for them.
Yeah.
But watching the times and the progress, by the way, of Matt Bell in the other Nielsen car, he's 5th position overall in the class at the moment, but significantly quicker than anybody ahead of him.
Yeah, he's going to be eating into that gap.
So he's about a minute and 25 seconds behind the second place car in the class, but 6 seconds quicker on that last lap from Matt Bell than the cars ahead of him in the class.
Yeah, Duncan Tappy's also just got into the number 3 car, but Duncan is behind Matt by
a distance.
Yeah, by a distance. So
they're going to be looking for something on track to be putting this pack back together, and we've had 2 safety cars already in this race. It would be remarkable if we got a third.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Bell's going to be pressing on here. At the moment he's on 7 laps in his stint and his average is a 2:07. And Bashir Mardini, who's leading the race in the 15 car, his best lap is a 2:08.9. So,
but Mardini has defended this gap well. He's kept it on the island, kept to the plan, not been remarkably quick, but not made mistakes, which he most certainly did in Dubai.
Yeah.
And once he made a mistake, he made another.
Yeah.
But here, I suspect his dander is a bit further up, and the confidence levels will be growing as a result of that, and he's just eking away. Can't be that far away from handing that car over. It's going to be Max Hanratty, isn't it? I think still to come in that car.
Yeah.
So the Ginetta, as they go onto the back straight, goes the G-Drive racing car.
Andrada has not really got this going.
He's not, has he?
No,
his pace is a little bit all over the place here.
Some 50 seconds back from Ferdinand Hatzberg.
Just a quick shot in the background there of the Ginetta. That car is still running in 8th position. Tom Chloe just aboard the car, the new Ginetta G61. Not making an impact on pace here, but we know the team have been working hard on unlocking what that car's got. Some frustrations, I think, that they're far away from home, and that there's not been the time to do as much development running as they would have liked.
Well, fundamentally, they're testing in public, aren't they?
They most certainly are. 25 car, looking for a way past the Nielsen Racing Ligier. The Aris powers through. It's back around and under the hotel bridge to the left here. Hell of a view from there.
It's very nice. Very nice spot.
Number 9 car, Tony Wells pushes on. So Tony, after that outer sequence stop, is still 3rd place.
Yeah, Matt Bellaby got his laser focus on him in that car. They'll be chasing them down.
Well, Matt's first target is Leo Weiss in the Phoenix Racing car. That's 4th position in LMP3. Matt's got something like 42 seconds to find to get onto terms with that car.
Yeah.
But at least one of the cars ahead of him, Tony Wells, will need to make a stop as in comes the CD Sport car from 2nd.
This could make quite the difference.
That's where we get Adam Eteki in the car.
Well,
This is going to be an interesting moment then. So Malte Jakobsen has done his time in the RLR car, so just Max Hanratty to come there. Michael Jensen cedes the seat in the 33 car to, I'm sure that's Adam Eteki in that car. Nick Adcock's already been aboard, so it will be, I'm sure. Tony Wells still to hand over the car to Colin Noble.
and that's going to put them slightly off strategy, unless
Yep.
it's difficult to know where they're going to go with that.
It has to have been led by a problem. He's just pitted out of sequence and is now stretching that.
Maybe he came in and Colin was in the toilet or something.
Maybe, but either way, it looks to me like, is he going to run another full stint here?
Well, I think he's got to. Or let's see.
It does seem rather odd.
It does.
While we're in a reasonably short, reasonably quiet part of this race, do remember you can drop us a line in the booth at DSC Editor on Twitter. Use the hashtag Asian Le Mans. I'm conscious we've not done much of that in this series so far, but frankly, there's been a lot to talk about.
Yeah, and here comes the 88 car coming into the pit lane.
So this is our 2nd place car in the GT class.
Yeah. Again, they'll have to make another stop before the end to get to the end. They can't go from here to the end on their fuel. They can get in that Aston Martin, so that's maybe going to be a little bit off sequence. We'll have to see. So Sean Galil is still leading with an hour and 47 to go, and some 49-second lead over Ferdinand Hatzberg in the 26 car.
Puts in the fastest lap of the race though on that last lap, and
Yep.
under 50 seconds now for the first time since that bit of luck went the way of the Jota Sport crew.
Yep, yep. And you've got to think, well, Tom Blomqvist is going to get back into to do another stint and possibly run to the end. You know, he's going to be that little bit quicker than Sean.
Getting into that phase of the race now with the lights fading, daylight fading, and the floodlights here will be taking over. And I know live these cars look fabulous under the lights, and I hope you're going to get a chance, if you're watching in from around the world, to see at least a sample of just how it picks out what is a very colourful field this year in the Asian Le Mans Series. It's the 5 car, Phoenix Racing, to pick its way by one of the 2 Volkenhorst BMWs.
Simon Trimmer's still aboard that. He's battling away through the traffic. He's still some sort of 54 seconds behind Ajay Mani in the 64
big gaps,
car.
aren't they?
Yeah.
Big gaps, and they've not been really coming down that much. Ajay Mani, by the way, has just pitted and back out onto track. So this will be his final stint before handing over to Narain Karthikeyan. Car 44, by the way, that is the Ginetta reported for speeding at pit entry.
I didn't really need that, did they?
No, not really.
Then who does?
No, indeed. Pasha Mardini, meanwhile, cannot be long before we see Mardini in the pit lane.
Yeah. How many laps has he done?
Just looking down against his latest stint. He is on 29 laps, and that he's due in now.
Yeah.
So that will be the end of his efforts here, and that's been a fine run from him. I'm sure the RLRM Sport crew will be looking at each other with open eyes and thinking, what could be here? There'll be a lot of pressure, though, on Maxwell Hanratty.
Yes. Duncan Tappy making his way.
So how's Duncan going? And the answer there is 5th.
Yeah.
And in close proximity to Adamateki, that's a battle for position. Battle for 5th position as the two of them try to make their way up through the GT traffic.
Yeah, Andrade just going by him. It just seems that Rui Pinto d'Andrade just can't unlock the pace in that car at the moment.
He's not had consistency.
No.
He's been able to get down to the 159s, even the 158s, I think. But he's had laps in traffic that have been 5-6 seconds off that.
It's just like the tyre is just in and out of that window for operating, and he can't quite keep it in there to get the most grip from those Michelins.
He just doesn't like this circuit. We've not seen the pace or the consistency we saw from the Portuguese driver
No.
at Dubai. Nothing close to it.
Talking to Stu earlier on in the week, he did sort of allude to that his drivers aren't the biggest fans of this racetrack, but you know, it's that last sector there that can, I think, frustrate some drivers, and maybe he's just not really getting the most from the car, and he's not maybe maintaining and keeping that heat in the tyre, and maybe he's just not got the flow, got that rhythm, that consistency that he needs just to keep everything in the spot that he needs it to unlock the lap time.
It wasn't that long ago that we said that the gap was under 50 seconds for the first time for the lead. It's not far away from being under 40.
Yeah. I mean, he's done. Got to give it to him. Hatzberger's done a fine job in this stint, and he's.
It's head down, isn't it?
Yeah, really.
And just grind out the lap times.
Exactly.
That's tough. I mean, that must be tough with a big lead to work upon. Pretty demoralising to get in from the point where your car was in contention immediately for the lead, to all of a sudden have a number close to a minute.
Yeah, but it just shows if you've got fight and you want to win, you know, you just get your head down, and it's
big lock up at the end of the pit straight for the Ginetta, I think it was there.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, it just shows the sort of mettle and the sort of character of the driver, whether he can get his head down and deliver a stint where he's just grinding it out and working away to lower that gap and get that gap down. And he's doing a fine job. Solid performance from Ferdinand Hatzberg. So, yeah, he's got it down to 40 seconds now to Sean Galil, and Rui Pinto's he's dropping back from this fine effort from Ferdinand. Simon Trimmer in the Phoenix car, he's in P4. He's a minute and 47 back as well. So, these sizable gaps in the P2 class. See how we're going in GT, and those gaps are. It's the lead Garage 59 car.
It is.
He's just come into the pits.
Indeed, and that puts the GPX Racing car up into. Well, it will be the lead.
Yeah.
If Alan Ferte stays out.
They went very long, didn't they, in their previous one?
So they will lead, I think, at the end of this pit stop. We'll owe us a pit stop, but we'll have Julian Landlauer ready to go.
It's just how far they want to go with Alan Ferte, knowing that other cars have got their gun drivers to come.
Significant moment perhaps for the chasing car. It's a black and white flag for car 26. Final warning for track limits for Ferdinand Hatzberg. He is pushing, maybe a little too hard.
Yeah, he's going to rein that in a little bit.
So that gap, 40.8 seconds last time through. And
must have just run slightly wide and up onto that banana on the exit of turn 20.
Yep, and likely more than once, 38 seconds it is now. So the gap is coming down pretty quickly. He's taken something like 20 seconds out of Sean Gillel in this stint. Oh, that's a spin. Was that
I think it's BMW. 35 car. Oh, and he's got damage. He's been helped around.
It looks like the rear wing.
He's been helped around, I think, maybe by someone on the wrong side of the car. Maybe he's been clipped by someone.
Well,
after his spin.
So the 35 car, well down the field, that is Jörg Breuer. In the 35, that is 15th. It's the second car in GT AM.
He's trying to get it rolling. He's got drive, it seems. Well, the engine's running, but it looks like he might have stalled it.
Yeah.
And he's just getting it going again. Trying to find that gear.
There's a sight line at least, so the other cars can see him, but still not pleasant, is it, to see cars barreling through towards you. But you're right, that car's got significant rear wing damage. There's significant damage we can't see on that side of the car.
Oh, he's been hit hard. And that's somebody's bumper.
It is. So we're going to see who the...
oh no, it's his own. It's his own. Okay, so he's been...
look at the left rear. The left rear is...
The rear of the car. You know, it's
Has he
neither.
just been in the... Has he just been in the wall?
It's possible, but I think that the car has maybe been hit on entry. Maybe he lost it on the brakes. I mean, until we see a bit of a replay, we just...
Slightly blind on that one, but don't worry, we carry on either way. Herr Breuer will be bringing back his own spares with him, which is always a good thing. As the two battling LMP3 cars. This is for position, by the way, between the remaining United Autosports car and the CD Sport car. Sean Gillel tries to deal with those two cars and make good his escape. The gap last time around was 38 seconds. We're waiting to see what it is that Habsburg can do. It's just gone up a little to 39, but that would have delayed Gillel on this lap. Two quick LMP3 cars as the stricken 35 car makes its way offline down the main straight, back into the circuit, back towards pit lane. But not good. Rear-wheel drive car with that kind of damage.
No, they're that's going to be out of the race. They're going to be done for the day. BMW is going to be done with that damage, and he might be just better off just to pull off, so he doesn't get collected by anyone on the way back to the pits.
So Gillel in fight mode here, knows he's got challenge from the back here, but has got still a pretty good edge. Matt Bell up to second place, as you said, I think a little earlier, Ollie, and he is something like 1 minute and 40 seconds off the lead with Bashar Mardini. The difference in lap times are still about 6 seconds. So Matt is taking chunks out of this.
Yeah, he is. He's really eating into that lead. So just to sort of see how that's going to play out the rest of the race.
It needs to be error-free, but there's going to be plenty of time to work on that, with still another gentleman driver to come in the RLR M Sport car, and remember, only 2 drivers in the Nielsen Racing car. So driver time, don't think is an issue for Matt here.
No, it's not. He's into the end.
And I fancy him for that gap, I have to say.
Yeah.
Still waiting to see. Colin Noble is now aboard, by the way, the Nielsen Racing car. So that car has been in for another stop.
Yeah.
But he's way down as a result of the outer sequence stop earlier. Duncan Tappy is still in pursuit. He is something like 50 seconds back from Matt Bell.
Him and Adam Matecki are really going at it, aren't they? So
it could well be that we're looking at the top 3, second, third, and fourth, depending on just how what's left by way of strategy, what's left by way of pace from the RLR M Sport car, which has led for so far 2 hours and 24 minutes. Much of it courtesy of that stellar run at the start of the race by Milton Jakobsen, but a fine run by Bashar Mardini to defend that lead.
Yep. In GT, Alan Furte is still leading. Oh, he's just pitted, and
Julian Andlau.
Julian Andlau is now out in that car.
Wait and see at the end of this lap just where that drops him to, but it's not going to drop him very far down the order if it drops him anywhere at all.
They're looking in prime position.
Indeed. Light
97 car TF Sport is sitting there in second, but I think that they're having us a pit stop.
So Ahmed Al Hati is back aboard that car. So the 97 car, of course, started by Johnny Adam. Ahmed Al Hati is a short stint. He's now 18 laps into a longer stint.
Yeah, and they may be able to come in, and then at the end of this stint, maybe another 10 laps or so, and they'll be able to get to the end. So that's one more stop for them, which the 97 car might be sitting in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, still, I don't think we've not seen Tom Canning aboard that car either, and there's pace still to come from the 97. But they're not out of it yet.
No, exactly, and that's the only thing that could undo this, I think, for the 40, is that they're going to have to make another stop. And they will have to make another stop, won't they?
They will. So looking good for the GPX racing squad. Ahmed Al Hati, by the way, after that stop from the 40, takes the lead. So an Aston Martin back to the lead of the race. Up into second comes the Rinaldi racing car, the number 55 car that finished second in the race 2 at Dubai.
Marcus Gomez then in third in the number 1 Mercedes Hub Auto entry.
Yep, cycles back around. And Julian Anglar pops back out in...
The BMW's made it into the pit lane.
Well, there you go.
All the rear bodywork still deranged.
Well, heroic effort.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd want to drive that round the twisty bits round by the hotel in the state it was in. He's done very well to bring the car back, but I fear you're right, that will go no further.
Yeah. It's quite busy down there, and there's somebody just gone straight on at turn.
That is the DKR car.
Yeah. 63.
That car recovering a little from its earlier woes.
He will get penalised for that. I don't think.
Well, I think he took advantage as well.
He did.
Because Colin Noble was right with him, just ahead. Lance Herr and Colin Noble have what might be described as history.
Right. So the 35 car's been pushed into the garage. It's on the skates.
Yeah, and that will be a real disappointment to the Volkenhurst Motorsport crew. Incident involving cars 15 and 35 is under investigation. That's interesting. Oh, it's the lead car in P3 that was involved with the BMW.
Oh.
Now that is interesting, isn't it?
Yep. Bashir Mardini must have got into it.
So Mardini with something in the entry of the stewards at the moment, and 48 seconds advantage now over Matt Bell.
Could be eroded very quickly by a
Indeed.
penalty if it's handed down.
Further 40 seconds, 50 seconds back, my apologies, Duncan Tappy and Adam Atiki, which to all intents and purposes is a double-decker LMP3. Right now they're close as that. And then fifth, Colin Noble and Lawrence Herr both together as well, albeit further back. And there are the... I thought that was Noble there, it's not. And that is Bashir Mardini. That's the lead car in LMP3. As he makes his way on. There's the DKR car. And there is Colin Noble. Now, surely they're not going to let that stand. He clearly took advantage at the chicane, which I think is where he made the move.
Yeah. I think that's going to get looked at by the stewards.
So Colin needs to keep his head, get his head down. He's in the wheel tracks of the Duquesne, flashes the lights.
Yeah. So Ferdinand Hansberg's come in. He's made another stop, and I think he's continued in the car.
He has indeed.
So to see where that plays out once Jota stop.
We've got Yifeye still to come, so Yifeye will be in for what looks like probably in the last 50 minutes.
Yeah. Maybe they were on the radio to Ferdinand and saying, you know, how do you feel? Want to stay in? He's like, yep, I'm in the zone. Leave me in.
And Rudder, meanwhile, is 66 seconds back in that car, in the sister car. Phoenix Racing stops for Simon Trummer, I'm guessing, to hand over now to Kelvin van der Linde.
And Jota's in. Sean Galil's in.
So, and that is Colin Noble by the DKR car. Car 63, the DKR car being told to repair the rear diffuser at the next stop, so their day's going from bad to worse again.
see how this all shakes out after we've had these stops in P2. Sean stays in the car, or whether they put Tom in for a stint.
So looking for where these battles, and remember, there's a lot up for grabs here, are coming from. Ahmed Al-Hati doing a fine job in the lead of the GT race, the 97 car. Ahmed will be in about 10 laps, I think.
Yep.
It will be, I believe, Tom Canning to take over to the finish. Leads Rino Mastronardi in the number 55 Rinaldi racing car, and Rino has been in for, well, actually almost identical period of time, so that is more or less on the same kind of strategy as the lead 97 car. Third position, Marcus Gomez in the AMG, and still with Raffaele Marciello to come in that car, of course.
Yep.
The gap between those two cars, the 55 and the 1, is just 4 seconds.
Yeah.
And 55 has still got Davide Rigon to play, so that's looking like that could be quite the battle.
That's going to be a good scrap.
LMP3, it is Matt Bell continuing to work on that big lead from the RLRM Sport crew, and that's now down to 41 seconds and still closing at around 3 seconds a lap the last couple of laps here.
And that 15 car is under investigation, isn't he, with the contact with the
He
35, and there's yellow flags at turn 1. And,
what is going on there?
yeah, I've got to see what's happening here.
And that
His
is,
car spun.
that was a
Wall on the
prototype.
inside.
That wasn't. It was Galale. Galale's in the wall, I think, at the exit of turn 1.
No. Double yellow at turn 1.
It was a dark. It looked to me to be a dark green prototype.
Yep.
He was on the outlap, but was that even at pit out? Pit out's further down than
That was
that.
further down.
So maybe it wasn't Galale. Let's have another look here to the inside.
You can see just here to the inside. I think the car's gone. Oh, no, it's just underway now, and it is.
I think it's the 64.
Yeah. Yes, 64.
It's a 64. My apologies for any Sean Galale and Jota fans, but it was the Racing Team India car in the hands of Arjun Maini, who'd nosed into the wall on the exit of turn 1. Doesn't appear to be major damage there, if any.
No. Sean has continued.
So
after
Sean
the stop.
Yeah, indeed.
So then that'll mean he's got one more stint, and then it's a bit of a monster marathon endurance middle stint for Sean Galale, and then Tom will be in to finish, I'm sure.
But a good stint from Sean Galale after the issues at Dubai.
And he's the boys at Jojo have turned the car around nice and quickly, and stretched their lead over Ferdinand Hansberg to 43 seconds. To see how that ebbs and flows in this next stint. Rui Pinto Andrada has stayed in the 25 car, but he's still about a minute back from Ferdinand Hansberg. And Jim Harney's just got going again in the 64 car, so look to see whether Phoenix can leapfrog then. Kelvin van der Linde is now in the Phoenix car. Look to see how he goes. Watching the times with him.
Yeah, it's going to be about pace here from Kelvin, isn't it? He's way back in this order, almost a minute and a half. But a rather hobbled Racing Team India car ahead by the look of things.
I think he's actually not far back from him now.
So keep an eye on that gap as they. Here goes Arjun Maini crossing the line now. Where is Kelvin van der Linde? Is that the next car along?
He's just coming over the line now.
And it's 5.9 seconds, so that's going to be a positional change pretty soon, because it doesn't look to me as if all is well with that Racing Team India car.
It's unusual the way he spun with the 64, unless he was trying to keep out the way of some traffic.
Yep.
To spin to that spot on your own.
Or tagged.
It's possible he was tagged.
Arjun will tell us later, but he's back up to speed in what has been it looks a rather battle-weary Racing Team India car.
Yeah.
It was having an incident with a GT car in practice earlier this weekend, Looking into the back there, there's a cluster of headlamps, and Kelvin van der Linde is the owner of 2 of them.
Yeah, I don't think it's been too long before he's right on him.
So good to get a chance to have a look at this Racing Team India entry, and great to see the Indian flagged effort put together by Narain Karthikeyan and his backers, asking Arjun Maini, young Indian driver who's been involved in the European Le Mans series of late and has put in some impressive form there. Bit of a Maini family outing this series with his brother Kush in the Asian F3 Championship as well. So Arjun Maini and also Naveen Rao, already a title winner in prototype racing, the reigning IMSA WeatherTech, not IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, it's the IMSA Prototype Challenge champion. Oddly enough, with Matt Bell, who is now 35 seconds off the lead in LMP3. Naveen Rao. There is, that was Kelvin van der Linde right on the rear wing of Sean Galale, actually.
Yep.
So looking to unlap himself from the overall race leader.
Yeah, we're just working the traffic in a 66. TF Sport car, just looking to go up the inside of it.
And this is the 97 car, Ahmed Al-Hati.
Yeah, there's a bit of debris on the track there. Looks like somebody had run through one of the bollards.
This has been a good run from this number 97 car.
Yeah.
We saw the 2 Garage 59 cars playing their pro jokers start of the race. Ahmed Al-Hati has put in a very solid run here. He's got a more than reasonable lead over the cars behind, but will always a stop here.
Yeah, some 27 seconds he's in front, it seems,
There
of
goes
the Marcus Gomez car.
Yeah, Racing Team India goes through, and I think being bottled up behind the traffic and with the battle with Sean Galale underway, that is helping Arjun Maini to make good his escape here from Kelvin van der Linde.
Yep. And so I see how things unfold here in GT, but it's certainly shaping up to be a very strong finish. Certainly the number 1 Hub Auto, the Rinaldi car, has got some strong driver lineup to come in it. Looking further down the order, we've got Julian Andlau now in the GPX car, number 40.
Also, by the way, under 40 seconds again, the lead gap, as Ferdinand Habsburg is good in his loins. It looks to me like the Phoenix car's got by Galale on the track,
Yep.
just behind this group of cars. There he is. There we go. And through comes Kelvin van der Linde, now to see what he can do in clear air about the challenge ahead of Arjun Maini. This is a potential battle for 4th position overall. So Galale it is that leads, 39 seconds to the good from Ferdinand Habsburg. That is the 28 Jota Orica ahead of the 26 G-Drive Aris. Rui Pinto de Andrade dropped back in this stint against the team car. The 25 Aris from G-Drive is 69 seconds back, but has a big lead over Arjun Maini, over 2 minutes. Again, as a result of the just the differing times in which people pitted under this under the full course yellow early in the race. And Arjun Maini has just 6 seconds advantage over this car with this man, Kelvin van der Linde from South Africa. Audi Sport Customer Racing GT Works driver, and having a taste of LMP2 and a Gibson V8 rather than Audi V10. I think liking what he's trying at the moment, and this, as we've said before, is going to continue to be a trend over the next year or two, with drivers looking for a career path forward, looking at GTs, of course. That's where there's been a big career track before, but now looking at LMP racing with LMDH and Hypercar coming on stream.
And it looks like the 25 car is going to have to make a stop to fix its tail lights. It's being advised that it has to repair its rear left side headlight or tail light.
Yep, so again, 25 having a bit of an issue, and the pace will not be enough if there's time lost in the pits. Job 1, keep the car at the pits.
Exactly. just doing the basics well.
Car 15's team manager is being called immediately to race control. That was the car we heard was under investigation for the incident with the BMW that left the BMW with the left rear askew and the left rear valance up on top of the wing. It's also the lead car in LMP3, and that doesn't bode well, does it?
No, generally not, but you know, give them a chance to explain exactly what's happened, and there might be some information back that the team can give to the race control just to see exactly what's what.
Also, that means that Matt Bell is still closing pretty fast. He's under 30 seconds back now from Basha Mardini. And
just looking at the
look at the hotel.
Oh wow!
Look at the hotel. Oh wow! Weren't expecting that.
That's fantastic.
Oh, very nice from the management of the W Hotel.
Fantastic.
Been looking after a lot of the teams, drivers, and some of us too this weekend, and it's been an utter pleasure.
Yeah, it's been very nice.
Thank you very much indeed to the W and the iconic hotel around Yas Marina circuit. A number of the UK teams heading back to probably rather less salubrious accommodations on re-entry into the UK. I'll make no further political comment.
Yeah, I'm saying nothing.
Say nothing if you can't see anything nice. Kelvin van der Linde, by the way, is closing that gap to Arjun Maini. In fact, he's halved it. It's now 3.4 seconds. Ferdinand Habsburg catching as well Sean Galail. That gap now under 35 seconds. So it's getting interesting again after a period where those gaps seemed pretty large and pretty insurmountable.
So looking at the GT battle, the top three, I think, are all going to pit around about the same time, and they're all going to be able to pit just this once more. So that'll be their final stop to the flag. And so all of those guys, the 97 car, the number 1 and number 55, so it's 3 makes, Aston Martin, Mercedes, Ferrari. Yeah, they're all going to be in with a shot on the same strategy. They're all going to be roughly within about 20 seconds of one another. So it should come down to a bit of a grandstand finish, which is exactly what we want.
The GT battle, I think, is going to go right to the end here.
Yeah, it is. It really is. It's getting busy down into turns 5, 6 and 7. Cars squabbling over the tarmac, and the 64 car and the 5 all right in there. 2 Ferraris right together as well.
It's the 51 and the 57. That's not a battle for position. That is Mikkel Jensen. We saw some, what might be described as spirited driving from Mikkel earlier in the week. And the 51 in the hands of Ozzy Negri. And, well, great to see Ozzy.
Yes, I mean, I saw him earlier on in the weekend, and, you know, it's great that he's here and he's out on track. And, yeah, he's a good guy. And he's had a great career in racing.
Absolutely, and good to see him in good health and battling away there with the young gun. Mikkel Jensen wasn't taking any of his nonsense.
No, definitely not.
One of the nice guys, Ozzy Negri.
Yeah, he's had a stellar career in IMSA championships, whether it was Grand Am or ALMS, and he's been a stalwart of that series for many, many years. Before that, he was a star of British Formula 3.
Absolutely.
So,
lead gap now down to 34 seconds, but the gap, looking to pick up if we can, is going to be the Arjun Maini 64 car, which has been rapidly closed now by Kelvin van der Linde, who's found the buttons on the dashboard that make it go fast, I think. 1:57.0. He's right with...
Certainly the fastest lap of the race for that car.
And there they are. This is a battle for position. 4th overall.
Well, that's actually only a 10th off of the fastest lap of the race.
Yep, that's a great job from Kelvin van der Linde. And traffic here that could help.
Certainly, just picking your way through.
Actually, oh, no, not quite there. I think Arjun Maini's got the right line through here.
Yeah, but the exit might be poor here, and he might be able to slingshot off the back of him.
Feisty run through that corner from Kelvin van der Linde. He's right in the toe here as well. This could be interesting. VMAX, remember, around 300 kilometres an hour at the end of this straight. Will 301 do? It might. He dives to the inside.
Ooh,
this is...
Yeah, he's certainly getting racy.
Yeah, clattered it over the curbs there.
Get a good run off of here, down into turn 11. Leave him in a good spot.
Signaling intense, I think we'll call this.
Absolutely.
What a pleasure it is to say Indian versus South African in LMP2.
Deep on the brakes.
Wow.
Bold move there.
They didn't quite make it. Ducked out. Well done, Kelvin van der Linde. I think realised danger was there and actually just pulled out of what could have been a tag there on the rear of the Racing Team India car.
He went very deep.
Didn't he just? That was. Can we just say that's part of his learning curve?
Yes. Yeah, braking there into turn 11. No.
It's a stop and go penalty for car 15. Wow. And that will lose the lead for the first time in this race for the number 15 car. It's for contact with car 35. I don't see car 35 coming back out into this race, I'm afraid.
Obviously, the team manager went up to have a chat with Eduardo, and Eduardo sort of showed in the video and said...
And?
Yeah.
Takes away the coffee and biscuits. Julian Anlaubin, meanwhile, another potentially significant moment, is being told to respect track limits. The BDI of Eduardo Freitas is on all of this. So whilst doling out stop-go penalties with one hand, slaps down a warning for track limits on the other. Kelvin van der Linde having lost a little bit of ground with that move, bold move.
Yep.
Now back where he was. It's almost like deja vu again, isn't it? Here.
Yeah, but he can line himself up again.
Yep.
Get himself in a good spot coming down here into 8 and 9, and then getting that solid run off of 9, so that he can then look to do the move again into 11, but just back the braking up just a tiny amount.
Slightly further back this time, but again, jinx around in the mirrors of Arjun. We'll look for a better line through here, and it's better. Can he do it this time? Didn't think his exit there was particularly tidy.
No, he was very strong through the first part of it, but he didn't quite execute the exit.
It's well worth a watch though, because this is Arjun, the man that came out of single seaters into LMP2 and immediately impressed against one of the class of the field in GT3 at the moment, at the factory level, looking at LMP2 and what opportunities might emerge from a new era coming rapidly towards the world of sports car racing. 5 car looking for a way past and fast.
He is.
And here's traffic, and that could play a part here. There's the 99 car. Miney goes to the right. That's not the right way. Van der Linde.
He's going to pounce here.
He's going to have a go, isn't he?
Going to go either side? No.
Looked for it. Without a shadow of a doubt, looked for it.
Yeah, he did. The lights are ablaze now. That track temperature will be just dropping off a little bit. They'll be looking to prime the tyres for this last stint coming up.
Great stuff here.
Yep.
And whilst this is not at the moment for a podium position, who knows what might come in the last 72 minutes of this race. The circuit does look stunning under the lights. The cars look even more stunning under the lights. Big fan of floodlit racing.
So Ferdinand Hadsberg's now got that lead down, or that gap down to 36 seconds to Sean Galil.
That gap came down to about 32, 33. It's gone out a little. So ebbed and flowed, I think. Now we're in traffic margins rather than sheer pace margins, but it's been a good run from Sean Galil.
Yeah, if we want to watch this battle here with the Phoenix car of Kelvin van der Linde, he's going to do something here. Get ready, everybody.
There he goes, and up the inside. This time I think he's got this done. What can Arjun do to fight back? All he can do here is keep it neat and tidy. That's not going to be enough at this point, but he's got a good run out of that turn. It's not done yet, Arjun.
I think he'd be a brave man to go deeper on the brakes into turn 11 than Kelvin van der Linde.
It's a good indication, isn't it, of the talent level of a top GT3 driver when plugged and played into an LMP2. Impressive stuff. It's not the first we've seen. Nicky Team, albeit GTE, into...
He has got it singing in the Phoenix car, Kelvin van der Linde.
He has.
He's got the brakes glowing. He's really got everything nicely balanced in that car, and he seems to be pretty well hooked up in it. He's enjoying himself.
There's going to be a big smile on his face at the end of this race.
No doubt.
Arjun maybe less so at the moment. But it's not going to be a run to the win unless things change very dramatically for Kelvin van der Linde. But he's here to learn. He's here to put a marker down.
Yep.
And that's how you do it. You make the passes, you make them clean, you put the laps together, and you find the speed. Matt Bell, by the way, is through to the lead, courtesy of that stop-go for the RLRM Sport car. Duncan Tappy.
He might even get him as well.
It's going to be closer. It's going to be under a minute once this lap winds itself out. And is that the moment where Bashar Mardini just loses that rhythm? We'll see. I hope not. It's been actually I'd say it wasn't a faultless run. He's had the impact with contact rather with the BMW, but it was a very good run from him to that point.
Yeah, but it's just one of those things, isn't it, that can undo you, and it just changes the course of your race. And yeah, that's a shame, but that's multi-class racing for you. You've all got to exist out there on the same bit of racetrack at the same time.
It's a warning, black and white flag for car 3. That is the remaining United Autosports car. That is Duncan Tappy, who is 29 seconds back from the second place car. He is 55 seconds back from Matt Bell. Matt Bell from Bashar Mardini from Duncan Tappy, Nielsen Racing from RRM Sport from United. They're the top 3. And the gap back to the other battling pair, which is Colin Noble and Lawrence Hur, as we continue to watch the LMP2 battles. Colin Noble, who passes the GT leader on that last lap, is just a couple of seconds ahead of Lawrence Hur. It's the 25.
So looking at the GT battle, I can see that the Oman Racing, TF Sport, they're going to be coming in the pits very shortly with the Mercedes of Marcos Gomez, only some 15 seconds or so behind them. And this will be their final stop of the race.
Yeah, this is Kelvin van der Linde now, closing on the 25 car to unlap himself. So at the moment, 2 minutes 3 seconds back from this car. So he wants to get by, if he possibly can, as quickly as possible.
Yeah, he's just going to want to just try and lay down a bit of a marker and just show everybody what he can do. And he's putting in some strong lap times. He's just learning his trade in P2, but Kelvin's doing a fine job.
So lots of quick racers in lots of battles right now as the LMP3 podium battle gets itself involved with the GT battle, GT lead battle. This is
the GT lead with the Oman Racing with TF Sport 97 car, and then it's the Hub Auto entry, Mercedes AMG with Marcos Gomez at the wheel.
Galil, by the way, is holding that lead and indeed increasing it now. So I wonder whether or not Habsburg has had the best of his tyres in this stint.
Yeah, it's possible. Could just be traffic as well, but it seems like Sean's had a better run of it in this second stint.
So we're looking,
or third stint for him, in fact.
It's been a long run for him.
Yeah.
He needed the confidence, and he's done actually a stellar job this afternoon.
Yeah, both of them have just dropped off a little bit in pace, both Ferdinand Hansberg and Sean Galil. Maybe as the track's just cooled off a little bit, and not very different on average, Sean Galil and Ferdinand Hansberg.
Here's an intriguing battle. This is Colin Noble aboard the number 9 Nielsen Racing car, but a little bit off our radar for a while, but has begun to make an impact on what had been almost a nose-to-tail battle with Lawrence Hur, and the Scot has found a way to drop that battle. Both of them have passed the lead GT car now, so we've got the lead 5 LMP3 cars together on the timing screens, running from 7th down to 11th, separated by 90 seconds. So they're all on the same lap. And that could be very interesting indeed. We've got Bashar Mardini, he's falling into the clutches of Duncan Tappy, but the 2 cars behind are going quicker still.
Car in for the stop.
Yep, this is one of the cars that's been right in the thick of things. Rino Mastronardi, another of the quick bronze drivers.
Yep.
That is a change. I think that is going to be
David Rigon.
It is. Davide is going to be quick in this car. Made a big difference at Dubai. Mastronardi, rapid. Davide Rigon, a different level.
Yep.
And leaves the WC squad for the coming season as a full season driver to concentrate on GT3 racing and his other duties for Ferrari, which I'm pretty certain includes sim testing for the F1 team.
Yeah, he's very talented, very quick.
Van der Linde, by the way, as we get back with Colin Noble in the number 9 car. There is Lance Hurt. This is the battle for 4th. And they will hope for a podium finish. As I say, these two have history.
Yeah.
And there's a light missing from the rear of the 63 as well.
So,
didn't we get a warning to say they had to fix that?
No.
Or was that 15?
No, 25.
25.
25 has to come in and fix that left rear tail light. But yeah, the 55 car was the first one to blink of the top 3 in GT to come in for that final stop. And let's just see how things shake out here with these stops.
He should be fine now to the finish.
Yep.
If we have that scrolling message on that is great.
Yes, awesome.
95 car through on the 34. And that is not for position. At the moment we have Chandler Holt, the young American racer, 97, that's led the race twice this afternoon into this evening. They make their pit stop now. That is Ahmed Al-Hati.
And Hub Auto are in at the same time in the Mercedes.
So this is beginning to shake out towards an exciting finish, isn't it?
Yep.
Racing Team India make their stop behind. That's Arjun Maini coming to a stop. And that will not be the final stop for the 64. But it will be the final stop for these GT cars.
Yep.
So positions 1 to 6 are the GT car, the LMP2 cars that started this race. It is Sean Gelael with a fine run, 36 seconds ahead of Ferdinand Habsburg in the 26 G-Drive Racing Aris. Then comes the 25 car in the hands of Rui Pinto d'Andrada. But we know that car does have a repair to make at the next stop, which will be imminent. Kelvin van der Linde is less than 2 minutes back from the number 25 car, so depending on how long that repair takes, it's a podium not out of
absolutely
reach for the Phoenix Racing team, and that would be a boost for them. And van der Linde, we saw go by Arjun Maini. The Racing Team India car is 5th with the Aero Motorsport LMP2 AM car in the hands now of the Greek racer Andreas Laskaratos, and putting in good lap times at the moment. Laskaratos, that is 6th before we get to the 5 lead cars in LMP3. 34 seconds is the gap, Matt Bell to Basha Mardini. Mardini now is 25 seconds ahead of Duncan Tappy, with Colin Noble and Lawrence Hur a further about 30 seconds or so back from that. They're big gaps, but they're gaps that would be around the time that a small incident would actually accommodate.
Yep.
That is not done. GT is working its way through the pit stop cycle at the moment, so we'll give that a moment or two. We'll probably wait until we see the GPX car make its final stop, which is just a few laps' time, I think. It'll be deep into the final hour.
Yep.
There is the Aero Motorsport car, the sky blue car, colours that are becoming very familiar.
And Habsburg, they're being warned about track limits there at turn 21.
Not his first warning about track limits.
No.
It's been a spirited attack, but you've got to stay on the grey stuff. And once race control have got their BDI on you, it's going to stay there. This is the Phoenix Racing number 4 car, their entry into LMP3. That was deep into that corner, I think we'll call that one.
Running wide at turn 11.
Indeed. That car, some way down the order. Jan-Erik Sluten in the car running 6th, but well off the...
They've had a rough weekend.
They have had a rough weekend. Big shunts, more or less in front of us, underneath the hotel bridge in testing.
Yeah.
And the team did well to get that car back.
Yep.
Running from that one. A little bit of luck that there was no tub damage, but a substantial impact for that car. But good to see Phoenix Racing involved in the LMP3 area. Interesting to see where we see them next. Maybe Michelin Le Mans Cup as in comes from Sluten. That is the 15 car, and this is their final stop. This will be for the installation of American driver Max Anratti. Looks like we might have a BMW stop imminent as well. CD Sports. Adam Ateki, that car, I hadn't spotted it, but it's been in the pits for a long time. had been in the mix, but has dropped right out of it.
Yeah.
So Nielsen Racing, Matt Bell in the pits from the lead, RLRM Sports in the pits. We can see Basha Mardini out of the car, Max Anratti in the car. That's your lead two. Duncan Tappy.
An hour to go.
Indeed. And can stop any time now for his final stop. There is the BMW pitting with Chandler Hull at the wheel. Matt Bell is away. And I think that will briefly put the lead in the hands of Duncan Tappy.
Yep, he's still got to make his final stop. Yeah.
Away will go shortly, the number 15 car.
Once the clock's ticked down.
Here's the 40
Yep.
with the 55, isn't it? The green Rinaldi car in the hands of Davide Rigon. No, sorry, it's the 66. It's the car in the hands of Christian Hoek now.
Yeah, the 40 car. There's Julian Andlau, and he's going to have to make another stop. He can't get all the way to the flag on this tank. So
yeah, he's got his mirrors full of Klaus Backler, by the way, in the 93 car. That's not on the same lap, but Klaus will be keen to remind Julien that he's still got pace. It's out from the pit lane. It's a unique tunnel.
Yep.
Let's have a look at the last hour of action. This was 97 and 66 having a bit of a tussle as the 87 car in the mix for the GT lead. 55, great weekend it had at Dubai last time around, and moves back into the mix for a potential podium finish. But the TF, the Oman Racing by TF car, very much in contention. Number 3 from United Autosports, in a long battle with the CD Sport car, but CD Sport cars dropped right back with a long pit stop. Two cars involved there with the lead. Aris, 15 car in the hands of Basha Mardini, defending a big lead, earned the top of the race by Malte Jakobsen, but would drop down the order with problems a little later. Number 9 in the hands of Colin Noble, moving into podium contention at least. This is Kelvin van der Linde getting to grips with the LMP2. He's going to be looking to try to close down the 25 car from G-Drive. Sean Galale it is in the 28 car that is going to lead the race, and has done throughout this hour. Great performance from the Indonesian. So 55 car, Davide Rigon now aboard the Rinaldi car. He's got work to do, the Ferrari factory driver, currently sitting in 9th in the class, but some pretty small gaps to be worked on in the last hour here. He has made his final stop. Others ahead of him must still stop. So just where can Rigon bring this car back up in the order to second place in that second race in Dubai just last weekend, remember? And Rinaldi Racing would dearly like to have an entry to the Le Mans 24 Hours. To do that, they're going to have to be fast and consistent to move up this field. So the 55 car powers on, looking for where we're going to get these battles next. Ferdinand Hansberg still working, still putting the pressure on Sean Galale. It's 34 seconds, so it's come down pretty substantially, but it's been two good drives to the two lead drivers here, Ollie. I mean, with Galale just weathering that pressure, Ferdinand Hansberg has just been battering away at that task.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Ferdinand's had the same sort of attack that he had in that first stint against Sean, and maybe it's also a symptom of not having a full set of new tyres.
Yep.
Maybe he only had, you know, right sides, and with that it's dented that attack that he had on Sean, and maybe Sean got a full set of new tyres. So yeah, we're just going to sort of see how it goes here, and G-Drive will have a final sort of roll of the dice when they put FIA in, and but then Jota will have Tom Blomqvist.
Who was impressive in his first stint.
Yes, he was. Oh,
by
yeah.
the way, comes the G-Drive number 26 car. This is Ferdinand Hansberg, and out of the car he gets. It looked like it was hard work.
Yeah.
For
Also a bit of frustration, I think, there. The way he uses his body language.
Absolutely. So that will be Yifei, Chinese driver, in till the finish, and will be one more stop after this one required for the 26, without a doubt.
Yeah. I thought if Sean Galil could get through that stint and see off Ferdinand Hansberg with a lead of about 30 seconds, that I think that Tom could then manage that gap to whatever the 26 can do with Yifei in it.
Yeah. So the gap, as he brought it in, was about 34 seconds.
Yeah.
It's not over.
No.
As we say, it's one small problem away from a nose-to-tail battle. But
Have to push him back. The TF Sport car there,
and
right
with
in their way.
LMP3 stops underway as well, Colin Noblebrief is in the lead of the class right now, ahead of Lawrence Herr. But I think both those cars possibly was their final stop.
Yeah, it was tough on the G-Drive car there. You know, the TF Sport guys are coming in to do their stop. And of course, they're a time stop, whereas you know, the G-Drive car can go once they're fueled and ready,
Yep.
and the tyres are done. And they had to push back, which again just costs them a bit of time, and it's just not slick. So Yifei's, you know, efforts got pushed back that little bit more. It mostly cost him 2, 3, 4 seconds there. So he's got even more lap time to find now in these last 54 minutes.
So this is part of the ebb and flow, isn't it, of
Yep.
this sort of racing, where we get to the stage where who's got what left?
Yeah.
Tyres, drive time.
Yep.
All of that comes into the mix at the moment, and we're getting to the stage now, deep into the final hour, where we're about to see some of the drivers we've not seen so far. Yifei is aboard the number 26 car now. We're still waiting for the penultimate stop. I think it will be the penultimate stop for the 28 car, which I think will see Tom Blomqvist back aboard the car. And it's also the point where we start back counting here.
Yep.
Who's going to need a splash? Oh, there's trouble here for the 97 and the 27. And that's a long time lead car. And that is trouble for the TF car.
Oh, they
That's a broken radiator, isn't it?
Oh dear.
And that is disaster for Tom Canning.
Yeah.
What happened there? Did the 27 spin and he collected it? What's happened there? Is that going to be full course yellow, or we're going to only got it away?
It's going.
But just how bad is the damage? He knows it's wounded, and that, I'm afraid, is there. Looks a win over.
Yeah, that'll be gone. And he's pulling it off.
Yeah,
I
he
think
knows
he
that's
knows
done.
the temp will be rising rapidly on the engine.
There's trouble too for the 27, albeit that car was way down the order.
Yeah.
That was Tim Kerman.
There was contact between those two.
It certainly was.
Not sure whether that was Tim had spun on his own, and then, you know,
That's bodywork, isn't it?
97 came round and collected him. It also looks like it's askew.
Not good.
No.
So drama there for the 97 car as we've got Rui Pinto d'Andrade on pit road as well. His penultimate stop, but again that car is going to need a splash.
Yeah. So the GPX car in GT, they would have been hoping that that could have possibly brought out a safety car period to sort of, or even a full course yellow, just to eat up some time and help them with their fuel, because they're going to have to make another stop here, and they're just going to hang on for as long as they possibly can. And we have gone full course yellow.
We have gone full course yellow.
Indeed.
That will be, I'm sure, for a bit of debris. There might be some fluid down as well.
Yeah.
Just looking just exactly where we are on timing it. It's going to be really tight here. Could the Jota car make it through on one stop here?
That'd be a big ask.
They've got 11 minutes to the 40-minute mark, and on this, well, full course yellow is going to help them enormously.
Yeah, but is it going to help them enough? And
I think Sean Galil's got 5 laps on this stint to go.
the 63 going in the box.
That's bad news again for the DKR engineer. They just haven't had the luck, have they?
No, they've had a rough run. But they're in a big push here to get something fixed.
Yeah, there you go.
Big push.
It is indeed. It's bits of Ferrari and bits of Aston Martin, and methinks. A nasty place, by the way, for marshals to clear that, because there's not a good line of sight there, is there?
No.
So quite correct that the marshals, to recover that debris, will need to be protected by that full course yellow, and they'll be given the instruction to go when race control is absolutely clear.
So Julian Andler, he's done 20 laps in the GPX number 40 Porsche 911 GT3R, and he's got maybe a good 11 laps until his stop if it was green flag running.
So in has come Frank, the 25 has come out now. It's too early to come and do you take your stop now? No, you can't go. It's too early.
Yep.
It's too early for them to take that short fill stop now for the LMP2s.
A lot of other GT runners are coming down pit lane.
There's certainly, either way, this works for Jota.
Yes.
It works for Jota because either they'll get to the stage where they can make it, I don't think they can,
No.
or it means their short fill will be shorter.
Yep. They're in control. It's theirs to see out now. You know, G-Drive have got less and less cards that they can play, and Yifei is going to have less and less time to make up the time.
Yep. And also the two Porsches on pit lane now and are taking their final stops under yellow, so that's going to be good news for them.
Yeah, okay, so GPX have rolled the dice and just gone, okay, right, we're going to make those stops now.
Yep.
And see if we can get back out.
So the two lead Porsches came in 7 seconds apart, Julien Andler and Robert Renauer. That could be quite a battle towards the end of this race.
Yep.
Robert Renauer, no mean driver. Mikey Benham, meanwhile, running third at the moment in the Garage 59 car. That car still owes us a stop. Nicholas Nielsen in the Formula Racing car, pitted from fourth, will drop a little down the order, but that could play well for them too. They're stopping under caution. They will make big progress as a result of that.
Yes, they will.
Alex West, meanwhile, will have taken that position from Nick Nielsen, but he too owes us a stop. It is the 28th now, so they're stopping right away, as of course they should. They're not going to make it home without stopping again, so stop while you're going to lose less time on track.
Yeah.
It's going to be, though, unless we have another caution, a splash and dash deep into this race from the Jota car, unless we have another caution and they can stop again under yellow.
Just trying to see who's leaving the pit lane here. These timed stops.
Yep.
And with looking at the GT class, it's looking like the Hub Auto car of number 1.
Yep.
And
Colin Noble as well is there from the lead in P3, but that's his final stop now, and this is the key moment in P3. DKR out of it by the look of things.
right.
No, DKR back out. DKR are back out. That was a rapid run into the pits.
They were in a real hurry to get that car in the box, like they knew what they needed to fix,
Yep.
how to fix it, and how to fix it quickly.
So the 63, I'll have a quick look as to just exactly how long that pit stop was. Remember, they've
We're
got
going to go green shortly here.
110 seconds. Well,
Jota boys on the wall there, working the strategy. Stopwatch in hand. Trying to figure out exactly figure out how long they've got left, or how long this full course yellow is going to go on for.
we've got all drivers drive far right turn 7.
Okay,
Is that where we had the
that was where
debris?
the incident
I think
turns
the
up.
issue is just having a line of sight to get a marshal there safely. By the look of it, there are no marshals to the inside of that corner.
So what would be good to see here is exactly where in the GT battle where the 40 car is,
Where it's emerged out on track.
yeah,
And also what's happened with the battle in LMP3, because I think that's going to be very close indeed. It's the 18 car with what will not be their last stop either, unless they're able to stretch the envelope to near 46 minutes.
So I think the 40 has come out in the lead. Will retain that lead.
I think
in
you're
GT.
right.
This has really played into their hands.
It has. Lawrence Hurd, by the way, has come out in 4th place. And I think Colin Noble has retained the lead. If he has, that's pretty... But because he's obviously stopped on the yellow when others didn't. So is this the moment that Colin Noble's luck changes?
It's amazing. Here we're going to see.
If that's the case, it'll infuriate Matt Bell. I can tell you that for nothing. You know, we did say, didn't we, one problem away from.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we mean. It's a little bit of luck comes your way. And indeed, I'm pretty sure Colin Noble leads the race in LMP3 from 4th before that full course yellow.
We're back to green.
We are back indeed to green. And as they complete their current laps... Oh,
see how things shake out here.
Big lock up there.
Into turn 1, yeah.
I think that was one of the G-Drive cars. Outlap from Jota still. We'll wait and see where Sean Gillel comes out in this one. But that has shaken things up a bit. But I think you're right. I think it's handed an advantage. Not a very big one. Julian Andlauer, by the way, completed that lap just ahead of Mike Benham, who's now pitted for his final stop. So they've been forced to pit under green, unfortunately. Couldn't quite make it around under full course yellow. With Robert Renard some 7 seconds back from Julian Andlauer. So we'll let the lead cars in each of these battles complete a racing lap. Then we'll call these gaps as they are in racing terms rather than on the timing screens. As you recover from a full course yellow, that can often give you a false impression. Here's Sean Gillel, who, by the way, didn't change back to Tom Blomqvist.
Yeah. Just trying.
I don't understand that. Oh, 26 is off the track.
26.
And that is a second place car.
Was it turn 8?
Turn 8, and that's high speed if there's something gone wrong there, and it's not got back onto speed yet.
No, he's got a bit of a problem here.
And remember, this is the championship leading car.
He's going again now.
Well, what's the gap? Only a minute and 15 seconds over the sister car with Colapinto now back at the wheel.
He'll be on full kill, trying to catch the sister car. Not sure what happened there with EVA, just getting everything going again. It's tricky, isn't it, after an extended period of yellow flag, and just trying to get all the brakes, getting all the tyres back up to temperature, cleaning off all that pickup you've accumulated over those few laps just driving around slowly. And he maybe just grabbed the brake going into turn 8.
So Tom Blomqvist has done 23 laps in this race, and Sean Gillel has done every other lap, if they've got the driver indicator correct. I didn't see Sean get in that car.
No.
So is this all about actually making sure that Sean Gillel gets the best possible experience he can at the wheel of the P2 car?
Possibly. Or it's just that they didn't think, or maybe they just don't have enough time left available to Tom, to get him back out in the car, and it was going to be close on drive time. Really close on drive time, so we'll see that UFEA is back up and running.
Either way, pretty Iron Man stuff from Sean Gillel.
It is.
Drive-through penalty, by the way, for car 5 is not good news for Kelvin van der Linde, just as he was actually pretty much on terms with Franco Colapinto.
Yeah, that would have been a good battle, just to sort of see those two go at it.
Indeed. So Yifei had the issue out the end of the main straight. We'll keep an eye out and see if that car is fully back up to speed. So now we'll call it Sean Gillel. Something like 2 minutes to the good now after that moment for Yifei, and that takes the pressure off the Jota man with 41 minutes to go. Franco Colapinto under a minute back from Yifei, and that always assumes all is well with the 26 car. 17 seconds back, but owing us a drive-through penalty, and takes that now. Kelvin van der Linde will drop back from Franco Colapinto, And Lorraine Carther-Kane is now aboard the Racing Team India car. That car's dropped right back, 2 minutes back from Van der Linde. That's our battle for LMP2, with the LMP2 AM car of Andreas Laskaratos laps down, but lapping reliably. Colin Noble did indeed take the lead. They took the lead before full course yellow, then pitted under full course yellow and retained that lead. He has a 10-second gap over teammate Matt Bell, the Nielsen Racing car. You call this right at the start. It's their day for the moment.
Yep.
The 9 from the 8. 54 seconds back, Duncan Tappy in the remaining United Autosports car. Traumatic day for that team. And actually, I don't think that's the drive-through for the 5. Maybe it is. We'll double-check the timing on that pit stop in a moment. Max Hanratty in the RRM Sport car, dropping back, but still sitting 4th, awaiting potential issues for somebody.
Not sure, something's happened here with the 26 car. It's being, they've got to go. The team manager's got to go to see the race control immediately, and maybe that was for the off at turn 8.
There's somebody else involved in that.
Yeah, possibly.
GT, by the way, Julian Andlau and Robert Renard, 9 seconds apart, and healthy advantage, 23 seconds ahead of Raffaele Marciello. We'll look at those lap times as they start to emerge.
Yep.
The AMG man in 3rd position. And all of those lead cars have taken a 3rd and final required stop. Nicholas Nielsen is just 9 seconds back from Marciello. David Arrigon is right with Nielsen. That is a battle for 4th position, with Maxime Martin then a little way back, some 40 seconds back. So realistically, on pace, the top 3 positions being fought out by the top 5 cars on track with 39 minutes to go.
Yep.
There are battles to be fought and won here.
Yeah, they are, for sure. I'm sort of looking at the LMP3 battle between Colin Noble and Matt Bell, and that's got down to 8.3 seconds, and Matt's going to have a bit between his teeth trying to catch his teammate.
Matt quicker on that lap, I think, with Colin with a little bit of traffic, but that's going to be an interesting battle between the 2 pro drivers for Nielsen Racing. They'll be looking to put a marker down as to who is the man with the pace ahead of the end of this season and the beginning of the European season to come.
Yeah, Matt was in the previous stints, comparing the 2 of them, Matt was about 0.4 of a second faster than Colin over the longer runs. So we just have to see how this plays out and how they manage the traffic, and this last 38 minutes, it's going to be interesting, going to be tight.
Yeah, any penalty here for the 26 car could really throw things up.
Yep.
In comes the Phoenix Racing car. Is this the drive-through?
Yeah, it must be.
And indeed,
yep.
There's the look of one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So, pits on consecutive laps, one of which I think was this final stop for service, which was almost perfectly at 40 minutes, by the way. But that's ruined that for them. So, a little bit of lack of discipline, I'm afraid, that's caught them out there. Franco Colapinto, 46 seconds back from teammate Yifeye, with the car 2:01 last time around from the 26 car. That's not quite where you'd expect it to be.
No, maybe they're just struggling to get everything going again, and getting it all up to temp. Yeah, it's going to, certainly the track temp's going to have dropped. They're going to be managing some slightly different issues, and the car can change in its handling characteristics when the sun goes down and the track changes. You know, the feel that you get from the tyre and how it works and switches on.
So
there'll be plenty of pickup out there as well. Discarded rubber.
Yeah, 2 Herbeth cars together. That's the 99 car from second in this race in GT. Hands of Robert Renard, and that's running on track with the sister car in the hands of Klaus Bachler. I think Bachler, is looking for a way back to unlap himself from the sister car, but he will not compromise the race for team leader Robert Renard. 9.5 seconds back from Julian Andlauer. Porsche 1-2 again here, despite 2 consecutive weight penalties with the BOP process.
Yeah. And again, they've just driven smart. They've done a nice job, and they've also been fortunate. I mean, I didn't think that the GPX car was going to be able to, or even the Prego Herbeth car was going to be able to challenge. And I was expecting it going to be a battle between this car and the Mercedes, the Hub Auto entry, and then the David Rigon car were really going to be the ones that were going to, and the 97 TF Sport car were going to be the ones battling it out to the finish. But the 97 car then caused that or not caused it, but was involved in that incident at turn 7, and then that yellow flag period then gave the 40 car the opportunity to pit and do its final stop and get back out again and basically inherit the lead through smart work and a bit of fortune.
I think we've got this 35 BMW back out on track, so predicted the end of the race for that car, but the Volkenhorst team clearly disagree with us, because it looks like Henry Volkenhorst has rejoined this race after the rear end of that car deranged by impact, we think, from the 15.
Yep.
Shouldn't count out, by the way, an opportunity potentially still here for Laurens Hurt in the DKR car. So this is way back from the 4th placed RLRM Sport car, but lapping much more quickly, 4 seconds a lap quicker. He's about 40 seconds back.
Marciello is absolutely wringing the neck of the Mercedes. He is throwing it over the curbs, doing all he can to try and catch those 2 Porsches in front. It's a bit of a mountain to climb, though.
The penalty for the pit stop infringement it was for car 26 is 5 seconds added to their next pit stop. That is not going to be enough, I don't think, I'm sure not, to allow, on pace at least, the 25 car to get involved. It was some form of pit stop infringement. Well, Rafael Marciello, 3rd at the moment, 10 seconds ahead of Nicholas Nielsen, and seeing him off at the moment on pace. He is about on the pace of the Porsches, and he is, what is he there? It is 36 seconds back from Julian Andlauer. Not going to do it on pace.
No, he's not. He hasn't got enough.
But what he is doing is defending, and defending well, his podium position.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Matt Bell is closing in on Colin Noble in LMP3. He's got it down to 5.8 seconds, and you know that carrot of chasing your teammate. Yeah, it's a pretty big motivation, let me tell you.
It does seem that Colin does not have the pace in the car underneath him. He's consistently in the 209s. The 2 cars behind him consistently in the 207s. And I say it, Colin Noble puts in a 207 and makes a liar of me. So he's got someone's been on the phone to tell him this is going to be an intriguing final 33 minutes.
Yep. Duncan Tappy in P3, but he's some 50 seconds or so off of the battle of the 2 Nielsen racing cars.
Max Anratti he's putting in 2 minutes 10. That will likely be enough to see off the challenge from Laurens Hurt if the rot doesn't carry on.
Yep.
But we'll need to be on his game and keep that pace, because no doubt in my mind that there'll be a very pumped up Laurens Hurt aboard the 63 car. Lost some time in that pit stop that dropped it out of a potential entry into this battle for the podium. Looking at the back of the 57 car, but just ahead. A bit of time here for the LMP2 AM effort from Era Motorsports, part of the learning program for the team, and also an opportunity for Andreas Lascaratas to show his potential pace in an LMP2 car. We've seen him in LMP2 AM, LMP3 before. Can't recall Andreas being in a Gibson power car before the Asian Le Mans Series this year. And LMP2 AM, not a class this year, rather unfortunately, that attracts an auto entry for the Le Mans 24 Hours. I think had it been, every sign there could have been enough cars to have put the field together, aware of 4, 5 other cars that potentially could have been here. And that's a shame, but not to be. They are therefore in the mix for the position on offer for the overall LMP2 honours. But the campaign here is about Carl Tilley and Dwight Merriman gathering as much as they possibly can in terms of experience, consistency, speed, as they look towards their ambitions with the big races to come.
Colin Noble has responded in the LMP3 class. He's the leader.
And has stretched it a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah, 6.3 seconds out to Matt Bell. So it's back and forth between those two teammates.
This could be great stuff in the
Yeah.
final few minutes here. It's what tyres have they got under them now?
Yeah. To see what how the traffic plays out and down the road from those guys.
Absolutely. So looking up and down the order here, see where the movement is coming. Kelvin van der Linde, by the way, dropped back to 2 minutes back from Franco Colapinto. Nurin Karthikeyan closes in to 22 seconds back from the South African. This is the double race winning so far GTM effort. Patrick Kajala again at the wheel of the 66 Rinaldi racing
He's
car.
always at the wheel of the 66 car.
So Patrick.
No wonder the car's winning in GTM.
So Patrick Kajala from Finland. It's a multinational field here. Just looking at the top 5 or 6 cars here: Indonesia, China, Argentina, South Africa, India, Greece, then 3 British drivers at the head of LMP3. It's a heck of a field.
It is. It's remarkable.
It's an impressive achievement from under extreme circumstances for the management team of the Asian Le Mans Series to draw these teams together and to encourage them through what have been traumatic times of just getting cars where they need to be, people where they need to be, cotton buds stuffed up noses where they need to be. And it's a real world problem and a very expensive one. And it's delightful to see high quality racing internationally.
Great grid of cars, great racing, multi-class racing.
And great to see some new faces as well, and some new faces of real quality.
First time we've had multi-class racing like this here at Yas Marina.
Yep. Now here's a moment for you, just looking down the timing screens. Last time around, not quite this time around, care to guess which is the fastest LMP3 car on the track? It's the Ginetta. 207s from Charlie Robertson.
Impressive.
So, little Charlie
can get it done.
He can pedal. He's, you know what? I mean, the original LMP3 champion.
Yes.
And Charlie, of course, coming out from what proved to be a rather troubled LMP1 programme for Team LMT, where he was showing pace. And I know he and the boys at Garforth are keen to show what this car has got. It's not managed to do it here so far, but it has got some speed here. 207.874 last time around. Obviously, Matt Bell has been listening to me, so has Duncan Tappy. They both beat that time. And there was a time, you know, when the European Le Mans Series LMP3 title had only ever been won by teams from the same industrial estate in Garforth in West Yorkshire, with Team LMT and United Autosports both based across the road from each other. Those were the days, the first 3 years indeed of the LMS.
Extraordinary.
Can't happen now. United have moved.
Charlie's just got pinged for track limits at turn 1 after all of that.
I'm sure it wasn't that lap. No.
So Matt Bell has got the gap down to 4.5 seconds to Colin Noble in the LMP3 class.
Colin responds again though, 207.4, plays 207.4, but again Matt responds 206.6.
Yeah.
Matt wants this, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really does. It's fantastic to see. Hopefully we can be seeing this battle live. Yeah.
So this is now seeing Colin Noble, and that car bundling down the hill is one Mr. Bell Jr. Matt, brother, of course, of long-time factory GT driver for a number of manufacturers, Rob Bell. Matt, the younger, some would say more attractive of the two. Evening, Rob.
He's now throwing stuff at the television.
Yeah, Matt would also remind me he also has more hair. But
than you? No.
No, certainly not than me.
No.
As my hairdresser would... I've not got a hairdresser, who am I kidding?
You was going to say you have a hairdresser?
No.
Maybe the Husky does.
Oh yes, the modelling Husky.
Yes.
But this won't help Colin, rather bottled up behind the two Porsches, and that's going to allow Matt Bell to close right in. That's happening. It's under 4 seconds, the gap as they crossed the line last time. And Colin is going to be is going to be in a hurry here, isn't he?
Yeah.
He needs to keep a cool head.
Matt's going to be on his gearbox very shortly.
Absolutely, and that's going to then make it very interesting. Then it's going to be a matter of the last 25 minutes and who has kept the life in the Michelins. But that's not helped the campaign for a win for the number 9 car.
No, the Nielsen Racing boys will be...
There he is. That's not 3.8 seconds anymore, is it?
They will be chewing their fingernails slightly here.
Please, 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 if you're going to have a battle here,
play
make
nicely.
it clean.
Play nicely.
This is the battle to watch, and it is for the win in LMP3.
Yep.
And rather remarkably, it's come down to the two Nielsen Racing cars, something which I'll happily hand as an example of what you get when you've got a professional racing driver in the booth with you, because you predicted this about 2.5 hours ago.
A bit of a lucky guess, I'd say. Beginner's luck, maybe.
Take it, take it.
Okay.
But cracking stuff here.
Yeah. And Colin's still got to clear the 99 Prickett Herberth car. They're running in sort of formation, those two cars are, and it's how quickly can Colin get by, and Matt is just bearing down on him.
No tyres, I'm told, for Colin at the last stop. That is going to be part of the reason why there you go. Now, has he now got the opportunity? Here's where you see the comparison in top speed, acceleration between the GTs and the LMP3s. Just something about the body language of that number 8 car that is somehow more persuasive in these moments, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that he's just got a little bit more tyre underneath him, and I think Matt's going to be able to get it done into turn 8, past that first, the 93 car, and then he might be able to get a good run off here, off of 9, and past the next one before the brake zone into turn 11, and then Matt will be right on Colin.
Yeah, and this is looking ominous for Colin Noble.
Yep. Matt just needs to keep delivering and just sort of don't get too excited.
Absolutely.
Don't try to rush it. Still got some 23 minutes to go.
Seems
plenty of time.
Team will be telling them. Okay, that's Matt. Keep it clean.
Yep. We've got a 1-2 here. No contact. That's key. You know, it's their chances to really eat into that points deficit that the United boys have built up in this championship. And these guys will be wanting that. They'll be wanting to put some pressure on United for tomorrow. See if they can trip up again.
That's what's been a tough couple of weeks for this team. They've not had the best of luck in the first 2 races. And, of course, they've been amongst the teams that have had bad news about the prospects of their immediate return home to their families from the UAE. This must be lifting spirits in the Nielsen Racing garage.
Yep.
More power to them. Not been the best of days for United, but in fairness, United have had a lot of very good days. Looks like a good day ahead here, or a good end to the day ahead here for Nielsen Racing. And I don't think Richard Dean and his team would begrudge them that one little bit. There are the Sven, Paul Thompson, who's the team leader at Nielsen Racing. Focused, laser focused.
Yes, it's what the team wants. They want a 1-2, but it's also the team manager's nightmare.
Absolutely.
Trying to manage this. These two best drivers going for it, and you know, trying to manage the demands of both drivers, and you know, them wanting to race and have that victory.
There's an interesting moment here. There's another LMP3 car ahead. That's going to be potentially tough to pass.
Yep.
It is, I think it's Leo Weiss. It is Leonard Weiss aboard the number 4 Phoenix Racing car. That car running 6th in LMP3 and way down the order, overall order. So the 2 Nielsen Racing cars closing reasonably rapidly.
Yeah.
This is the battle to watch at the moment. I'm keeping an eye on what else is going on here. Julian Andlau is dropping the challenge of Robert Renault a little.
Matt has just dropped back a little
Just
bit.
a little.
He's not as close as he was. And, might be a fine line to how close he can get and whether he used up some tyres just getting through that traffic. But Collins cleared the Phoenix car pretty cleanly, actually. Now it'll be Matt's turn. Yeah, we'll see. And maybe the team has been on the phone to Matt saying, look, this is it.
Yep.
We're going to run like this to the end.
Absolutely. The fault, by the way, applied for the 97 versus 27 to the 27. And it'll be stop and go for causing a collision on the 97. That'll be little use as both cars clear the Phoenix car.
Yep.
Little use to the 97 car, which is, I'm afraid, out of the race, having led that race and led it convincingly for quite a while. Great stuff from Ahmed Harty. My apologies for mangling your name, Ahmed. But shame, because that was running well, but shows potential, of course, for the second race here.
Yep.
And Team Williams, I'm sure, told Tom Canning to just leave it. They don't want to damage the engine here. Bringing it back with temperature soaring. You're right, he's just edged back away from it, hasn't he? 1.3 seconds away at the last timing line.
He was gaining on him at a good rate, and now all of a sudden it's just got like there's a wedge between them, and
absolutely
it's sort of a force field he can't get within.
So 19 minutes to go, and we'll keep an eye and keep with this battle for a short while. It is 2 minutes is the gap, Jean Galel to Yifeye. Remember, we still have more pit stops to come in LMP2.
Yeah, that final stop, just that final splash of fuel,
Will be any time in the next 10 minutes, I'd have thought. Yifeye is 36 seconds ahead of Franco Colapinto. Phoenix Racing's Kelvin van der Linde is 2 minutes back with a 45-second cushion to Narain Karthikeyan, who is in the pits at the moment. That might well be their final stop. The Hero Motorsport completes the top 6 all LMP2s. Colin Noble and Matt Bell we know all about because we're watching them. They are 1.5 seconds apart with almost a minute to the good now over Duncan Tappy, with Max Hanratty a further 46 seconds back. And that is not going to be a gap that is closed on pace at this stage. Although Montour is, what, 40 seconds back. Quicker, but it's only 2 seconds a lap quicker. And the clock is ticking down too quickly for that to be a real thing, a real possibility on pace. Julien Landauer now 14.5 seconds, pulling away from Robert Renauer. And Rafe Marciello is 25 seconds back from the second Porsche, and not catching quickly enough for that to be a possibility, but he's pulling away from Nicholas Nielsen. So securing that third place, I think, is the game now. Remember, critically in GT, it's if you can't win the title, you've got to look at the top 4 and those Le Mans places.
Absolutely, getting those invitations. For one of those 4 invitations locked down if you can.
Absolutely, and we'll get into discussion of just exactly what's where and when with that, as through the Nielsen cars comes the race leader. Does that neatly, neat and tidily.
Yeah, he's just looking to find his way past the 64 car. I believe that will be Giancarlo Fisichella in there again for the end.
Is Giancarlo back in?
Can't see.
54, it is Castellacci, Francesco Castellacci, as 28 car looks away by the GT leader. He still hasn't made it there, by the way. At the inside, is that going to work? And does so, and that's done safely. 26, remember, still got this pit stop to add 5 seconds, and that could, you know, have something of an impact here.
Yes, it's possible. If Colapinto really does get going in these last few laps, he can really make the difference, close in.
So there's going to be a final flurry in LMP2 with major runners, requiring that last splash and dash. Colin Noble, meanwhile, nose to tail with Matt Bell, still is with traffic. Bell is pushing again here, isn't he?
0.6 of a second, but there's something about the way that the two cars are driving around the track. I think Nielsen Racing's said, okay, that's it, boys.
Enough.
This is how we're going to finish. We want the 1-2. Not going to risk them.
I wouldn't blame them.
No.
I'll be honest with you.
No.
Having witnessed the strife through the last couple of weeks, damage,
Yep.
you know, it's been a push to get these brand new cars here.
Yep.
There is not a lot of leeway in terms of parts, etc., for a number of these teams. Logistics are very difficult right now.
And even, you know, with the amount of on-track running that we've had with both here at Dubai and then here at Yas Marina, you know, both with testing and with practice and qualifying sessions, I think it's been a battle and a challenge for the teams to actually fit in the general maintenance on the cars.
Agree.
And, you know, you sort of see the boys standing at the back of the garage just taking a break, and, you know, they do look pretty weary. But they're all teams that are wanting to take the fight to everyone else in the pit lane, but it's close now between.
Right with it now.
Yeah,
and
he is.
I think if there's a possibility of doing this cleanly, he'll do it.
Yeah.
And that might come with traffic.
Yeah.
Colin looking for the right way around the BMW, then the leader. I think he's made it past the M6, and up the inside goes Matt Bell. Doesn't do it there though.
No.
That's risky.
Colin will be on the radio screaming at the team.
Absolutely. Down towards turn 1, and the gap 0.3 of a second. Still got the Porsche ahead to negotiate.
Maybe Matt was just waiting for his moment to pounce, saving a bit of tyres for the last 10 minutes.
And by the way, the lap times between this GT leader and the LMP3 leader, it's about a second of difference.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be easy here, because absolutely for certain, Julian Andlauer is not going to give up terribly much of his advantage over his own opponents in class. They're looking to send GP Extreme Racing to Le Mans as well.
Yep.
They're looking in good form to do that right now.
So there's an incident between the 51 and the 7 car that's being investigated.
And this is good news for Colin Noble. He makes it past the Porsche. Matt Bell must wait. Is this the moment that it swings back towards the Scot?
40 does get off well.
Doesn't it just?
It just puts the power down so well, and I think that's been one of the hallmarks of the GPX car throughout the Asian Le Mans series. At both the tracks we've raced at, its traction has been phenomenal.
So Colin does take some advantage there from Matt Bell. Now can say long-time LMP3 racer and GT3 racer. A couple of fantastic runs at Bathurst in the Bentley M Sport car.
Yeah, Matt's going to get by there. Nicely done.
LMP2 car now coming into the mix. There is Colin Noble. There is Matt Bell. They're back together, but with further traffic coming in the form of the 18 Era Motorsport car. That is still Andreas Lascaratos trying to keep it clean.
Yep.
It's great to see as well, by the way. Up and down pit lane with the Asian F3 guys. Lots of familiar faces. Richard Bradley, 2015 Le Mans winner in P2, is here coaching. Dan Wells, ex-Asian Le Mans Series racer. Rob Barth, here with Dragon Racing.
Yep.
You know, over in the Jamie Winslow here too, long-time racer with us in the Asian Le Mans Series, all around and with gainful employment, which is good to see. It's good to see people keeping Rob Barth off the streets.
Yeah. Not sure what we'd be doing otherwise.
I shudder to think.
Indeed.
So Colin Noble, all of a sudden, has drawn out 2.5 second lead here.
Yeah, I'm...
You thinking this is team orders?
It's got that look about it, I have to say. After watching a few races like this and experiencing a few, yes. Does have the whiff of team orders about
Yeah.
it.
I don't suppose it's a pleasant thing to be on the receiving end of that.
Not really, no. And I'm sure Matt will, you know, be saying and trying to plead his case. But you know, the team's got to think about the team
Yep.
and what it's going to do for them.
And getting their cars back in good order for race 4.
Exactly.
And back to Europe without them being in a bucket, which would be good.
Yes.
Here's the 28 car, though, comes through to complete lap 108.
It has been a monumental effort by Sean Galil here.
This is a real Ironman stint, and I do
Yeah.
hope we get to speak to Sean after this race, because he deserves a substantial pat on the back for this,
Yeah, he has
Shows-
Ironman effort.
and shows psychological strength as well.
Yep.
After what's not been an easy start to this LMP2 campaign. Credit to Jota's management team. Clearly recognised that guidance was needed here,
Yeah.
and the guidance he's been given is get in the car, drive it fast, don't make any mistakes, and he hasn't.
Yep. And he's done a good job, really solid. He's been quick. He's seen off the battle, or the attempts to make gains on him from Ferdinand Hatzberg. And he would have got a lot of confidence from this effort and from being in the car for so long and seeing off everybody.
Yep.
He's the guy that's won this race.
I completely agree. And after 2 races where we were saying, where we maybe voicing some concerns about focus, there's no complaints about that here.
No.
He has seen off multiple challenges, managed gaps, managed traffic.
I mean, it's been intense, and you know he's shown that he can exist out there on the track. Lots of other cars, make those decisions that you need to make the right choices, time and again. And yeah, he's come through with flying colours today.
And looks to me as if he's enjoyed it.
Yep. Yeah.
It's been the rhythm's there, the control is there. We've got 1 pit stop to go get through, and that window for that is closing rapidly.
Yeah, and he's still circulating rapidly. I mean,
He
he's
is.
doing 57.5. His best is 57.4.
Yep.
And yeah, he's keeping himself in the zone, which is important. You know, if you just take your foot off and you just try and cruise around, then you can start making mistakes. Your timing gets off. Things just start falling outside of that performance window. You know, you start maybe just get a little bit of tyre pickup. The car starts to behave strangely. Then all of a sudden you've snagged a brake into a brake zone, and then it starts. You run wide, then you pick up more pickup, and then it just starts to spiral out of control. So he's doing the right thing.
Absolutely.
He's keeping the pace up. He's keeping focused and sharp.
So down the straight again, and that's his. I think he's about to put a lap on the second place car. I think that's the 26 car ahead of him. That will be why he's pushing on.
Quite the moment.
That is the 26 car.
Yeah.
Well, that will be a final nail in the coffin of the bad memories from Dubai, won't it?
It will, for sure. I'm sure Sam will be downstairs in the pit lane, the pit box, smiling away, proud of his boys doing these last few laps.
While we're watching this, by the way, the gap has come down again to 1 second with LMP3, but Matt Bell being warned about track limits. Clock is ticking.
Yeah, he's maybe just run up on that banana, the exit of turn 20. Just needs to just roll off these last few laps, just see the race out now. Yep. Just the 7 car in the picture here, the Inception McLaren.
Just hasn't featured.
No, it's been a. It was nearly there, and it was on the
Yep.
same strategy as the Hub Auto #1 car, but it just never quite kicked on.
No, indeed. Inside the top 10, by the way. And Ben Barnicoat, 9th position at the moment. Has been in a battle with Alessandro Pierguidi, which will have been, I'm sure, very engaging, but unfortunately it's just not broken through there. Here's the 64 car, Naren Karthikeyan.
Yeah, But just to go back to the McLaren, the Inception car, and I think that they had really high hopes that they were going to be in there really fighting for the win today. Okay, yes, the two Porsches have had a break for sure with that full course yellow, but you know, they needed to be up with the Hub Auto Marciello car and the two Ferraris, the Formula Racing and the Renault Racing Ferraris. They need to be right there with those.
Phoenix car on pit lane. That's the first of the LMP2 cars to take this final splash. We're inside the final 6 minutes. Will the rest of them manage to stretch the fuel envelope? I don't think so. I think they will have to come in.
Yeah.
Lead cars.
They were all just waiting to see if there was going to be another caution pit. But he got close to the wall there. The 25 car did.
That is Franco Colapinto, and his speed has gone off here.
He's been a little bit off the boil today, Franco. I mean, he was lightning fast in Dubai, and he's been lightning fast in testing and practice, and even in qualifying. He was super quick. But today, just
not quite there. Certainly the second stint. So 47 seconds is the gap back from Yifei.
Yeah, so I think, yes, all these teams in P2 were waiting to see if there was going to be another yellow flag period that would then mean that they wouldn't have to stop again.
That car has had a rear end check. The light, didn't it? The
yes.
light. So it's got a Racing Team India rear end on it now. I've just noticed. So if you look at the 25 car next, it's now racing with the Indian colours on its rear end plates.
Yeah, they're mixing and matching all kinds of bodywork down there.
It's what have we got left, guys? What have we got left? So 3 Orica, well, an Aorist and 2 Oricas, nose to tail, and having very different races. But neither of them, or none of them rather, are in the hunt for the win here. Colapinto moves on forward. Track limits. Marciello could be in trouble here. Last 4 minutes, and he gets reported to the stewards for constant abuse of track limits, and he's not got a big advantage here. Could this be a post-race penalty for him?
Yeah, that's not what they need.
It absolutely isn't. 3.5 minutes, and who's that on pit lane? That is the G-Drive 25 car. Colapinto rolls down pit lane for his splash. Remember, the 26 car, when it comes in, will have to serve 5 seconds more. But it's not going to make a difference on the time now. There's the 28. 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go on the clock, plus a lap, remember.
Yep.
So when we cross the line, it's the 4 hours. You complete that lap, plus a lap for the race distance.
Yeah. See exactly what happens here in GT, but it looks like it's the two Porsches, the GPX Racing and the Prickett Herbeth cars, that are going to be 1-2, failing any last-minute dramas. But yeah, I think it's still unsure exactly what's going to happen here for the P3, the position, the 3rd position in GT.
Absolutely. We're approaching 8 o'clock in the evening.
Drive-through penalty.
Local time.
Drive-through penalty for the
number one.
For the number 1.
So that is going to cost them at least 30 seconds, and that's going to put them off the podium.
Yeah.
That's going to put the 60 Formula Racing car up into 3rd position, and I think we'll put them down below the Davide Rigon pedalled Rinaldi car as well.
Yep.
So that's disaster for Raffaele Marciello. He's played it cards, didn't he? Played a risky hand, and I'm afraid
it's only going to hurt them in their hunt.
It is.
To get one of those top 4 places.
So that is Eduardo Freitas and then the race stewards basically calling their bluff.
Yeah.
So under 2 minutes and still no stop from the 28 car.
Don't run it out, boys.
No, that's a nightmare, isn't it?
Yeah. Maybe they've got good calculations. They'll be sitting there working the numbers.
There's a very interesting message just come up with car 23 Rory Penton and must respect the track limits at turn 20. If I'm right, Rory Penton retired in the first hour of this race.
Maybe he's made a...
Well, he did go quite a way off, albeit under tow. Yes. But no, we'll give you that race control. It is into the final 2 minutes. Let's start to wrap this one up. Jota's team, start again, Graham. Jota, number 28, Orica, and Sean Galale has been in this car for all bar one stint from the start of this race, has dominated this race, has withstood huge pressure. Colin Noble leads the LMP2 battle just 0.6 of a second ahead. This is the lead battle in LMP3, ahead of the team car. Matt Bell, we think there might be a bit of team orders in play here. Matt Bell does seem to have the more capable car ahead of him, underneath him rather, whilst with 35 seconds to go in GT, it is a Porsche 1-2 with Julian Andlau in the number 40 GPX racing car, leading the 99 pre-cut Herbeth motorsport car. But the drama is about the third place in fact, Hub Auto on pit lane now, taking a drive-through, which we think is going to lose them a podium position, might drop them down to 5th.
I think we missed the Jota pit stop.
Did we?
Sean Galil, yeah, he's been in. He's been in and served his last stop. We didn't see it.
When did he do that?
Yeah, he did it. It was the lap before, because his last lap time was at 2 minutes 38. Here on the.
And Yifei has as well.
Yes, they've all served it, and we've missed it.
So
final lap.
It is the final lap. Time is up, and it's time to say congratulations, I think, here to Sean Galil. He's been a race winner in the Asia Le Mans Series before in the previous era of LMP2, and it looks very much as if he's going to add to that record, that winning record, in this number 28 car. Part of a new era for Jota. He will go to the final race, well, head held high after what's been a difficult week for him in Dubai. Marciello is at the pits and just ahead of him, just overhauled there by the Jota car. And I think that will have dropped Marciello. In fact, I think that is, no, that's the Kessel car ahead. Looking for where Nicholas Nielsen is in the number 60 car. But aggression when needed it in traffic.
Yep.
Consistency, pace, fight, focus.
Yeah, and a lot of stamina as well.
A huge amount of stamina. I think he's going to be very drained indeed.
Yeah.
I'm expecting to see post-race either a very fresh Tom Blomqvist or a very drained Sean Galil sitting in the seat you're sitting in at the moment, Ollie.
Yeah.
Makes his way past the 27 Kessel car. Anybody else that he'll need to negotiate? Don't think so. I think he should make it home without much more by way of traffic.
34 there.
34. It will be the last car he has to pass before crossing the line. And 2 corners to go. Sean Galil, Tom Blomqvist, Jota, the number 28 Orica, will be the winners of round 3 of the Asia Le Mans Series in 2021. A big wiggle on the final turn, but that will be one very happy young man.
Oh, it's a fine way to repay his boys as well.
Isn't it just?
For all
absolutely
their hard work.
Excellent.
Fantastic stuff.
Does it by lapping Yifei's 26 G-Drive racing car. Their home.
Here we come with the LMP3 battle.
And it's going to be nose to tail. It's going to be a formation finish. Keep the discipline here, fellas. This is a dream finish for the Nielsen Racing team after one hell of a week. 2 corners left. And if it is team orders, that will be massively appreciated by the team. Whether or not it'll please Matt Bell. But home comes Colin Noble. Oh, it's a spin at the very last turn from, that's the 25, that's Colapinto.
It's the only thing he's really done wrong.
So, apologies, that meant we didn't call across the line. Colin Noble, Tony Wells, more than half the race for the bronze driver. And a great finish too from the sister car.
Fantastic result for
Rodrigo Salas, I thought, drove very well today. Really good stuff from him. Matt Bell, though, stellar stuff. I'm pretty certain that he was told just to work the team card. Franco Colapinto, by the way, did manage to come home in 3rd position after that drama in the last corner.
Yep.
3rd, and not quite home yet, will be Duncan Tappy in the surviving United Autosports number 3 car, whilst in GT it is Julian Andlauer with the 2nd win of the season for GPX Racing. Pick up Herbeth to rack up the points. Robert Renauer with second place, and it was indeed the Ferrari of Formula Racing, not quite home yet, but soon to be. Nicholas Nielsen in the 60 car will come home to complete the podium ahead of Davide Rigon and Raffaele Marciello falling to fifth position.
Contact, 2 Ferraris off.
57. Is that the final turn as well?
It was.
That wasn't the 60, was it?
It's the Kessel car guy.
But what was the other car? Sorry, I missed that reading the timing screen.
I believe
55.
Yes.
The Rinaldi car. That would have been Davide Rigon in fourth.
Well, it's all action at the last corner, the
Wasn't
last
it?
lap.
3 cars involved in 2 separate incidents, but nothing take away from the run that this young man had in the 28 car.
Titanic effort there from Sean Galil.
This, by the way,
Very
is
well
not,
deserved.
this is not, by the way, the kind of 1, 2, 3 you'll sometimes see in other races. This is effectively part fermé. But Sean Galil will be delighted with that, and rightly so. And I bet he's absolutely drained. Raffaele Marciello stalks away. Didn't look a very happy bunny, did he?
No, he's going to be, the team are going to be having some pretty strong words with him.
It's not just his hair's going to be blue after this one. It might be his mood and the language.
Sean is exhausted.
And cramped.
He can hardly stand up.
Cramped.
Yeah, looks like it. He's really battling a bit.
That is an extraordinary display.
Yeah, he has driven the wheels off that car, literally.
Fantastic stuff. Well, there you have it. That's for the race action, at least, is the end of the 4 hours of Abu Dhabi, race 1. Race 2 comes tomorrow, and delighted you could join us around the world. Didn't lack for action, did it, Ollie?
No, there's plenty going on. Plenty going on.
But we're going to get into the kind of point standings and where things stand for the Le Mans places a little later with this. Here's the results. Jota Orica, number 28, finishes on top of G-Drive Racing, putting a lap on the 26 car at the end. The 25 car finishes third for a double Aris podium, despite that last-minute spin from Franco Colapinto. LMP3 and that last dash battle between the Nielsen Racing cars, we think maybe better team orders there, and finishing third in the order was the surviving United Autosports car. GT, it was a Porsche 1-2 GPX Racing taking the win, just ahead of the Precoat Herberth Motorsport car. Formula Racing profiting from the, well, misdemeanours of Raffaele Marciello in the Bordeaux Corsa car. They take third position and the final podium finish. In the 2 AM classes, the only starter in the LMP2 AM, Era Motorsport, finished 6th. Andreas Las Caratas bringing that car home, and it's a 3rd consecutive win in GT AM for the 66 Rinaldi racing car. Patrick Kajala, it was, that brought the car home. Well, excellent stuff. There
Yes.
is the fabulous background to this racetrack provided by the W Hotel around the Yas Marina, and that's 4 hours, with 4 hours still to go tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I'm sure some of those drivers, at least, are looking forward to more great racing in, well, let's face it, what could end up being a slightly more spirited affair in some instances. It's the last race before they pack what's left into the containers.
Yep.
And we start to make our way back with crews, drivers going all around the world, coming here to the United Arab Emirates for what's already been a pretty packed couple of weeks. And we've still got 4 hours of action to come tomorrow evening, local time, here in Abu Dhabi. So if you want to watch that as well, keep an eye on your local streaming service that's been carrying this, the international streaming services too, and keep an eye out for the numbers and the times there.
So I think fantastic effort there by Sean Galil in the Jota car. I mean, he has been the man that has brought that car home to the finish, a real Ironman stint. He's going to need to take on board plenty of fluids tonight and plenty of carbohydrate after burning plenty of energy in the car today. And this is all credit to the Jota boys and the work that they've done over this last few days to get that car prepared and back out and put it on a fine display. And Yifei in the 26 car was going well towards the end there, but you know, I think that they just had a few little problems there that they had to get fixed and dialed in. And unusual to see Franco Colapinto in the 25 car to have that little spin coming out of the last turn while he was following the Nielsen cars, the LMP3 1-2 over the line. That's the only little blemish I've seen on Franco Colapinto's performance so far. But yeah, it's been a great race, really great race. And okay. And we've got the highlights coming up now of what has been a fantastic race 3 here from Yas Marina.
Well, 4 hours around the Yas Marina circuit in Abu Dhabi. Bright sunshine and high temperatures for the 35 car field. Minor dramas at the start for the 26 car. More major dramas behind for one of the United Autosports cars that stopped more or less on the grid. Battles galore up and down the field in GT, with the Aston Martins showing well at the start of the race and very deep into the race too. Battles too down that main straight with the 57 car, the 51 getting themselves involved in a tangle before we saw the race-ending incident for the 97 TF Oman racing car. 99, though, the Precoat Herbert car that took race 1 win in Dubai would come home with another run to the podium second, but it would be the untouchable pace eventually once the challenge of the Aston Martins had been dealt with. GPX Racing take the win here and are looking good for championship. In third place in LMP3, the number 3 car, the survivor after 2 early exits from the race from United Autosports, 3 Ligier. And ahead, it was the 2 cars from Nielsen Racing. Matt Bell closed in rapidly on Colin Noble. We'll find out post-race whether it was team orders that actually preserved the order. But Colin Noble and Tony Wells thoroughly deserved a great result after traumas earlier in this season in Asia. Colin Noble and Tony Wells it is that will take the win. In LMP2, Franco Colapinto would come home second place, bring home the 25 car in second place after some really good battles down through the field. Phoenix Racing here, Kelvin van der Linde doing the business in the last hour. 25 car it would be in second. 26 car would make it 2 G-Drive cars on the podium, but the overall winner from Judges Sports, a fantastic run from the team. All credit to Sean Galel, who ran all bar 1 stint in this race to bring home a thoroughly deserved win for Jota here in Abu Dhabi, with 4 hours more to come tomorrow. Great stuff.
Fantastic.
And plenty of the evening still to enjoy for these teams. We'll be bringing, we hope, some post-race interviews pretty shortly with the drivers from the winning cars coming up to the booth to have a quick chat with us, if that proves to be possible. Not always so with various COVID protocols that apply here. But I hope we do get a chance to speak to Sean Galel, because that was a result worth celebrating. Also, it would be great to speak to one of the Nielsen Racing guys to talk about their change of fortunes here. And we at the moment we'll see just exactly what appears through the studio door here. What do you think to that one then, Ollie?
I thought it was fantastic. I mean, it had battles up and down. The GT class was yo-yoing backwards and forwards, and it certainly just seemed to just swing the way of the Porsches in the air. The GPX car, racing car, it really got themselves in a great spot, but they were just helped out with that final full-course yellow, and that really swung it their way. Otherwise, I think it would have been a real tight battle between the Mercedes of Raffaele Marciello and the David Rigon Ferrari, and it would have been really great to see. And unfortunately for the Aston Martin, the TF Sport car, that got taken out by an incident with the Ferrari there at turn 7, which led to that yellow flag period. So it's the battles have been up and down the field. For
me, I know this hasn't proved to be the most popular circuit for some of the drivers, but it provided good racing. I mean, every class, we had battles throughout that race, not always for the top positions. But there's plenty of places there where traffic plays a part.
It does.
It starts to kind of pull itself into the the conclusion of some of those battles without terribly much by way of contact incidents, really.
Yeah, and that's been good, and I'm sure all the teams up and down the pit lane will be relieved about that. Nobody wants to be sitting there hours on end tonight fixing cars. But yeah, I think that just the nature of the racetrack, with having those 2 long back straights, I think is fantastic for passing opportunities. But that centerpiece of the track where it's getting very, very technical, that helps to close up the pack of traffic.
Good stuff. Well, I'm happy to say we are going to see some of the class-winning drivers that are going to be coming in to join us. So for now, I'll say thanks to Oliver Gavin for yet another spellbinding 4 hours. What a pleasure to sit alongside the living legend that is Mr. Gavin. And he's still only 23. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Thanks very much, Ollie. So we'll wait and see just who comes through the door. It's like one of those game shows. You're never quite sure who's going to be there, who's it going to be for the first opportunity. And first up, it is going to be Sean Galel, I'm delighted to say. And we will see just exactly what Sean's got to say about that fantastic race for the Jota Sport car. Sean looks like he's hurting. So now, Sean, you're live. You're live. Are you alive? Sean.
My lower back and glute is gone. It's completely gone.
You look like you were in some difficulties there coming out the car. Can I just say before you say anything, congratulations. That was one hell of a drive, which I believe you're going to know you were in. Was it all bar 40 minutes of that race you did?
Don't make me laugh, please.
Okay, fair enough.
No, I think first of all the win has to go through the guys who did an amazing job repairing the car. I think, obviously it's unfortunate what happened yesterday. It's really unfortunate what happened yesterday. I think Tom, he did a great job, but it's just unlucky with the car bottoming out. And then again, man, the guys did an amazing job to turn the car over this morning and use qualifying as like a shakedown session even, and the car was quick. Maybe not for one lap as the G-Drive guys, but for sure in race pace we knew we were able to fight with them. And yeah, I think today was a bit tiring, but I think in the end of the day we'll take a win like this with a good margin than anything else.
Was this always the plan that you would do this much of an Ironman stint?
No, I think we were gonna max out Tom's stint. We knew with the fuel and the driving time and the amount of laps here, it's gonna be a bit of a mess with if there was a full course yellow or a safety car like there was today. So it was always an option, but I was hoping it wasn't, because I want Tom to drive the car as well, and obviously we're a team here. It's not just an individual sport, And this win is as much him as it is me. So I think the guys did an amazing job.
Great. We're going to let you go and rest. You look like you've been here this weekend. Congratulations to you and to the Jota team, and we will see you.
Thanks,
I hope
man.
tomorrow.
I think again. Sorry, just to add. I think the first 2 races it was kind of on me a bit. So just made it up a bit today. So.
Good stuff. You certainly did. Sean Galel, thank you very much for that, and congratulations to the whole, as Sean Galel actually groans and creaks his way out after what's been one heck of a 4 hours for what is a very sore young man indeed there. So, and apologies if we heard maybe a little bit of an expletive as he tried to nurse his bruised ribs. Here's a man that we're getting very used to seeing in the booth here. And that is the LMP2 AM winning driver from the number 18 Era Motorsport car. Carl Tilley is again with us here. I'm seeing more of you than I'm a family lately, Carl, and I think that's going to become something we're getting very used to in sports car racing. A lonely race maybe this time. Lonely race this time, but actually it was faultless.
First of all, big congrats to the sister car, the Jota car. But yeah, our race was just faultless. We drove around, fuel saved to try and work on some different things, to learn some things strategy-wise and tyre life-wise. So yeah, it was productive nonetheless. And at this level, LMP2 level, a win's a win. So I'll take that one.
And it's all about learning at this point, with the 2 big seasons still to come in Europe and in North America, of course. Yep. And lessons being learned all the while by yourself and by Dwight?
Absolutely. For me, this was a standout drive for Dwight. To do basically a triple again and to be circulated and able to do like a 2:03 on lap time. I was certainly pretty impressed with that. Yeah, he did a great job and teed it up, and Andreas finished it off with another great stint, and I drove around, fuel saved in the middle, and had a blast doing it. So.
Fantastic. We'll say good evening for the moment and go and join the team and enjoy that.
Thank you very much.
But well done. Hello, my friend. Bear with me a second. I think joined now by, a triple winner now, Manuel Lauk in the 66 car. Can you lose? It's in the script. It does seem that you guys take the car to the front of this class, move all the way up through the GT order, but then it just all comes together. It's been another good, tidy run from the Rinaldi crew.
Absolutely. I mean, we cannot complain if we have 3 wins in row. But this time it was a bit more difficult, especially during the start. I could go quite easy into the top 10, but then we crashed with another car, with Ferrari, which was really a pity, because if we drive with the same car, we should be a bit more careful to each other. But okay, it is like it is. As I said, in the end, we won again, and it looks quite good for the championship that we are safe already. I don't know exactly. It looks like that we need only 1 point more. So all good. Let's see what tomorrow is going on. We start a bit more in the front, so we should try to avoid the trouble and just go through.
Are the team enjoying this form of racing with the LMPs, the ACO rules racing? Is this something you're getting pleasure out of?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm quite used to drive in endurance racing, so, and for me that is part of it, to have faster cars and slower cars around me. Yeah, of course, it's a quite nice event, and we just spoke about it already. We hope to continue next season, wherever it is, but I believe we come back.
We hope you come back as well. Congratulations for now, Manuel Lauk.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, delighted to be joined by the GT winning driver and our first opportunity to speak in the booth to Julien Andlauer. Julien, that was another controlled display. The Astons went to the front at the beginning of the race. They were on a different strategy, but your strategy paid off again.
Yeah, I think that was the key of the victory today again. The pace was quite strong for us three, but right in the beginning, actually did a mega job to come back to the front. I would say the others have been a little bit lucky on the first full course yellow, on the third one, I think. So we couldn't catch it, but then we've been lucky once again on our side to be back in the front, and then we just controlled the pace, which was quite good at the end. And I would say it was a little bit more difficult with the weight. We had more, but I think the team did a mega job with a perfect strategy. Pit stop were mega, and Alain did also a mega job. So very happy about this win again.
Team are closing in now on what they really want here, plus well, obviously a championship, but is an entry to Le Mans 24 Hours. Is there excitement at GP Extreme?
Sure, I think I don't want to talk too early about this. You know, there is still some more to do tomorrow. As we saw during quali, but also today during the race, the lineups, the cars are quite strong against us. So nothing is done until the check flight of the race 4. So we're looking forward to tomorrow. I think we have something to do, so we're going to push for it.
Excellent. Julien, we'll say goodnight for the moment because things are moving on up there with another race. We're clashing with another fantastic race there from the GPX Racing team. We're going to come back to you with the kind of point situation and where these top 4, the critical top 4 are in GT when we get into the pre-race 4 tomorrow. Thank you very much, Julien.
Thank you very much.
Finally, and in so many ways, Colin Noble from Nielsen Racing. You look like you're having a bit of workout today, Colin. Just move quite close to the mic here. It's going to be one quick question. That looked very, very tough.
Yeah, it was a really tough end to the race for me. I was double stinting a set of tyres and the rest of the guys behind were coming on new. So yeah, it was really tough, but Sven made a really good strategy call early on in the race after Tony did a great double stint at the start.
We're going to have to cut it short, I'm afraid, because we've got another race about to start. But all I'll say is congratulations to the whole Nielsen Racing team. We know how tough a week it's been down there. And I think, I'm sure Sven and the boys have enjoyed that one.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So that's the third of 4-hour races in 2 weeks, done and dusted. An exhausted Sean Gillel and a hurting Sean Gillel as well. That really properly hurt him.
Absolutely, you could tell by the way that he was walking back out of the studio here, limping, and he'd got himself really bound up in the car. I can relate to that. I can sympathise with him. It's been a monumental effort by him to get that car to the finish and to perform at such a high level for so long.
It's probably unlikely we're going to see him do that again in the race tomorrow. Lots to look forward to tomorrow with titles up for grabs still, all the titles up for grabs still, particularly in GT with those 4 places for Le Mans. We'll bring you a lot more information about that. Any standout points before we close and say goodnight?
Well, the GPX car was once again, the guys that were really headlining that. I think that it's a finer field, and I think there's going to be less people, or it's going to be closer there in that battle in GT. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow, and I think it's going to be a fantastic race.
So remember, it's the 4th race, the finale of the 2021 Asia Le Mans Series tomorrow. More or less the same kind of times, but do check out on your streaming services, your broadcast providers, the times in your local area for that race. Don't miss it, because everything we've seen seems to be building up to a kind of crescendo for this one. So do look in on that one. Do drop us some questions in as well. We'll see what we can do about getting to a few more of those. It's been just too packed.
Yeah, it's been really busy.
So what we're going to say for now is, from Ollie Gavin and from me, good night from the Asia Le Mans Series. We hope that you will join us tomorrow for the culmination of what's been one hell of a fortnight with the 2021 Asia Le Mans Series. Good night.
See you tomorrow.